Ghost Story, Raising Hungry Demons. Author, Luti Hoa. Bread, meat, fish, vegetables. The familiar sounds of a poor village, the call to buy and sell from honest people, made me want to buy, but I couldn't refuse. People here live in harmony with each other, always helping each other in difficulties to make ends meet. It's a pity, because this beautiful life is just. One day, a stranger came to the village. The landscape was desolate, the shabby thatched houses had closed doors, dogs barked loudly from one end of the village to the other, the creaking sound of bamboo blowing in the wind, and many geckos. The road sounded miserable, and there were bone-chilling north winds, occasionally blowing through the cans of water on the road as the friction and rolling sound was scary. Around midnight, the pitiful screams of chickens turned the gloomy village into chaos, haunting the villagers. Who is still on the street at this hour? There was the sound of an old, bulky bicycle making an unmistakable sound. Who is still on the street at this hour? Miss, please give me a piece of cold rice. No, you're not. Go away. Uncle, please give me. You go somewhere else. Every time, wherever he went, whenever he saw a house with an open door, he would ask for it, but all of them were refused and the door would be coldly closed with a bang. The second woman, a 70-year-old woman, lives alone in a thatched house at the end of the village. Everyone in this village knows that she lives an honest life. Hearing the sound of a car, Mrs. Hai opened the door to see a beggar with tattered clothes riding an old bicycle, the guy wearing a conical hat that was also tattered, in general torn from head to toe, was pedaling. The car driving on the country road looks very miserable. Uncle! Uncle! Come here, uncle! The beggar heard the call, so he stopped the car and looked around. The old woman walked over and he shyly asked, "You called me?" "I called uncle, right?" "Poor. Where do you come from?" "Hello, I live in the next village." "Where are we going?" "The neighboring village doesn't give you anything." The beggar cried bitterly and said, "I'm so unfair, ma'am, I have a bad reputation. Yesterday the restaurant owner told me to come into the restaurant and told me to eat as much as I wanted, but she thought it was a female thief. After eating, she accused me of stealing her necklace and then told someone to beat me. I was so scared that I ran away. In the middle of the road, I was lucky enough to see someone leaving my bicycle in the field so I could borrow it temporarily to run here and there. Now, wherever the village sees me, they beat me." Mrs. Hai heard that, so she took him into the house and gave him rice to eat. She couldn't bear to eat and drink until she was full. Mrs. Hai looked at him eating and felt guilty. "Poor thing, okay, just stay here, because you live alone." "Yes. I don't dare. Hello everyone. It's still night, sleep here." "Yes. Thank you, I'll go." "Be careful on the road, kid." "Yes. But let me ask, why is everyone in our village closed?" Mrs. Hai pondered for a moment and then said, "It's nothing, child." "Yes." He continued to ride his bike, going straight into a deserted alley. It was said that there were luxuriant trees and robberies there, so the village was so scared that no one went there anymore, and no one was a beggar who would rob for work. What? The beggar left, Mrs. Hai closed the door and went to bed. While sleeping soundly, Mrs. Hai suddenly woke up. Someone banged on the door, making her scared. "Who's that?" "Grandma. Here I am." "Hey baby. Open the door for me." Hearing the beggar's urgent and frightened voice, she quickly opened the door. "What's up? Did you see a ghost?" "Oh my God. More than a ghost." "What's so bad? What do you see?" "Grandma. I ran into a deserted alley, overgrown with trees, so I fell off the bike. I was terrified. A human head rolled out of a bush and I accidentally hit it and fell to the ground. I was so scared that I abandoned the bike and ran quickly here." "Hey." When Mrs. Hai heard that, she was startled and pulled his hand into the house, closing the door. "Shoo. Hurry." The beggar was curious, not understanding what was going on, especially not knowing what was going on in this village. This village. There are ghosts. Oh my God. How could that happen? There are no ghosts in this world. What do you know when you first come here? In the past, this village was very peaceful, but suddenly a ghost appeared to kidnap the villagers and eat them. Here it is. As she spoke, she opened the door to show him the house next door. "Mr. Muoi. In the past, I went out to sea to look for frogs. It grabbed the head and tore the corpse to shreds." The beggar was scared, half trustful, half suspicious, seeing that, Mrs. Hai added. It seemed like it was a full moon day. The villagers invited each other to go to the temple. The moon was so late, he was walking on the street as usual like any other day, going out to sea alone like now, and then suddenly people heard screaming. Screaming loudly in the yard. A few curious people nearby came to see. They fainted on the spot. Oh my God. His body was torn in half. It was torn like shredded chicken. After hearing that, the beggar froze. Suddenly he felt so cold. So now they're closed. There's a husband and wife. The wife's daughter just gave birth to a baby. Then she sneaks into the house and takes away both mother and child. That day, the wife gave birth to a son who was very cute, but that night the husband went to buy some things. He sneaked in and took both mother and child. The husband came back just in time to see a demon with curly black hair covered in dirt. Blood hugged the baby with one black leg and climbed out the door, but his wife was nowhere to be seen. Her husband grabbed the baby's leg and grabbed it. What's so bad? No wonder everyone's doors are closed. Why is it so rampant? Then what next? Shooting done. Only the leg remained, and it rushed out, broke the window, crawled out, picked up the baby and ran away. It's terrible, Grandma. Please let me sleep at your house. I'm so scared to see him when I go out. Of course, come in. Madam, wait. Can you go with your child to a deserted alley to get a bicycle? Okay, let me go get the lamp. The two of them carried their lanterns. They were poor and didn't have flashlights. They carried the lantern out onto the street and were nervous. If they turned it off, they would go silently. The oil ran out, the lights went out, and the two people did not know how to manage in the dense forest. Grandma, where are you? It turned out that the branch of the tree had covered the moon. Now there was a moon. The wind gently shook it, revealing the full moon. This. Here you are. Luckily there was a moon in the sky, otherwise I would have been lost. Finally got the bike. He climbed on it, he said. Stop. I can bring you here. It seems like it's almost dawn. I'll go to another village soon. Thank you. Yes, then be careful now. The beggar then pedaled his bike as hard as he could, and ran as fast as he could, disappearing behind the village's bamboo fence. Mrs. Hai felt sorry for him. She stood waiting for him to ride his bicycle as if a mother was waiting for her child. It was true as the beggar said, the sky was about to dawn, At this time she heard the sound of a rooster crowing for her father's watch. Willing to go home. Returning to the shabby thatched house at the end of the street, she closed the door and smiled to herself, perhaps happy because she had just helped someone, then climbed into bed and slept until morning. The dawn light had revealed the east, the sky was bright, the rooster crowed loudly throughout the poor village, waiting for it to be really bright before daring to open the door. Mrs. Hai sleeps late but wakes up early. She is a vegetable seller, so she started carrying vegetables to the market early. As soon as she went to the market, she saw a crowd gathered around a nearby bush. When she saw that, she went over to see and was extremely shocked. The beggar was dead with his stomach ripped out and the bloody car was lying in the bush. Tree. Oh my God. Poor thing. The villagers began to gossip, some were even more daring. See. He refused to stay at home that night, so he was captured by ghosts. The people mercifully found a white cloth to cover the body and took it to be cremated. Life is dust and will return to dust. The fire burned fiercely, the beggar's body slowly burned black and then burned, giving off a smell. It was very uncomfortable in the presence of the village. The old woman felt scared. She stopped selling and carried the vegetables home. So another person died in the village. She quickly carried the vegetables home and accidentally bumped into a luxurious woman accompanying a man, spilling all the vegetables to the ground. Dead. I'm sorry. Sorry. The woman was furious. That old lady. Are you blind? You've made everyone's clothes dirty. Is there money to pay for it? I already apologized to you, but you didn't get any scratches. The two fought and argued. The man saw that, so he stopped her. Leave her alone, let's go on our honeymoon to Suong Hill. Mrs. Hai was startled and asked. What? Are you two planning to go to Suong Hill? She knocked her out and fell to the ground. So what? What does it have to do with you? Let's go. Yes. Mrs. Hai then grabbed her bag. Stop. Let go, are you planning to rob? Bullshit. The man interrupted. Stop it. Then he turned and shook the old woman's hand. Why do we have to stop this crazy woman? You two have just arrived in the village, so you don't know that Suong Hill is the residence of that man-eating demon. Go home quickly. At this point, we must talk more clearly about Suong Hill, behind Mrs. Hai's house. The reason it has that name is because in the early morning, a lot of dense fog appears on the hill, emitting an optical halo of 7 rainbow colors, shimmering and dim like a fairyland. Don't look down on this poor village. Suong Hill is a beautiful hill because there are many fragrant flowers and strange grasses. Young men and women love to come here to camp, especially for tourism. Here, everyone in the village knows that this hill is hell on earth, with the beauty of death. Crazy woman. Do you think we're scared? Nonsense. Let's go, honey. So the two of them walked hand in hand towards the hill. After walking for a while, the girl exclaimed, Yeah. Why didn't you ask where Suong Hill was earlier? I'm so stupid. Nowadays, it's a must to use Google Map. Ha ha. Oh ha. Please look it up. The man took out his iPhone and navigated, scrolling up and down for a while. Is that so? What's the problem? It's okay, let's go straight and turn left. Yeah. The two continued to walk on the dirt road, lined with dense rural trees. On the way, the two heard the pleasant sound of birds singing. Passing by the shabby thatched house, Mrs. Hai came out. It turned out that this was her house. She was sitting on a chair. Go home. This village has a lot of ghosts. If you don't believe it, try to bear it. The two of them ignored her, went straight on the road and turned left. The deeper you go down that road, the more dense the trees become. If you look too long, you will feel like a monster is coming out of the bushes. On the ground there are also chameleons of all kinds crawling everywhere. Hey bro. Why do I suddenly feel so scared? Kids okay? Do you believe that crazy woman? Nonsense, bullshit. No. I'm afraid I'll get lost. Google Map is available. Why is that so? What is it? Without saying a word, he took her hand and continued walking. The two continued walking and came across a road sign made of tree stakes, with dark red letters, Bone Hill, covered in moss. Why is that strange? Mist Hill. Oh my God, the people of this village are so ignorant, haha. Mist Hill is written as bones. The two of them laughed so hard that they were startled by a horrifying scream from far away. Ah, I'm so scared. What's that sound? Don't worry. Probably just the sound of a frog being bitten by a snake. I'm afraid of snakes. I'm here. Entering the area of Suong Hill, the two of them felt more and more like the temperature here was getting colder. It's finally here, oh my. I have to admit that the stream here is very beautiful. The water is clear, gurgling, fish swim around on the bottom, birds sing, butterflies land on strange flower bushes, a bright red flower, a huge ancient tree dangles. Wide open to block the sun and shade, it's as cool as stepping into a fairy garden. Before that poetic scene, both people cheered. Awesome! Just like the rumors say, let's set up a tent here. The two of them started setting up the tent, then setting out the fast food they had brought with them. Canned food, soft drinks, fruit cakes, all kinds of miscellaneous things. These two people carelessly threw the shells into the stream after eating, polluting the environment and water sources. Tight abdominal skin, then loose eye skin, the two of them fell asleep and had a good night's sleep. At that time, at noon, in the village, Mrs. Hai was cooking rice and ran out of firewood, so she carried a knife up the hill to get firewood. She only dared to get it from outside. While sleeping soundly, the girl was startled awake by the sound of Mrs. Hai cutting a tree. Please wake up. What's that sound? It's just the sound of people cutting wood. Older brother. Or let's go find firewood so we can have a campfire party tonight. Agree. The two happily got out of the tent. They were extremely surprised. Huh? Why is the stream so full of trash? That's dead. We dropped it. Ha ha ha. These two people are so shameless. They littered and pretended to ignore it, then held hands to look for firewood. Now it's just begin. After walking for a while, the girl sat down. I'm so tired. What forest doesn't have firewood? It's just grass and trees. Yes, I will. Let's continue for a bit. White bones were scattered all over the road, some broken bones, some whole bones, and whole bones of a hand. Ah, so terrible. Probably a baby bone or something. The two of them continued walking, then were so startled that they wanted to faint. This time it was clear. Countless human skulls lay on the road and in the bushes. Asian. The two people ran as fast as they could back to the tent, but sadly, they lost their way. Die. We are lost. Hurry up. Google Map. Google Map. He opened his iPhone and accessed Google Map. On the Google Map, the location they were in was clearly recorded as Bone Hill. Why is that strange? So this village person is not wrong. But we were wrong. The girl was confused and didn't know what to do. So fast, bro. Why? Time passed so quickly today. It's 3 p.m. already. So gay. At all costs, we must get out of here before it gets dark. Oh, it's dead. There is no signal on this hill, Google Map is no longer working, and the sun is getting darker and darker. Hoo-hoo. I don't want to die in this ridiculous place. No, we won't die that easily. Ah. Remember, the sound of the stream, just follow the sound of the stream and you will find your way home. The two of them went down a path full of weeds. They kept listening but were disappointed, only hearing the sound of lizards clicking their tongues. They searched from alley to alley, afraid that they wouldn't find the exit, but would only find that they were lost and lost even more. Another loud roar from a strange creature, this time coming from behind. The two of them remembered Mrs. High's words. Mist Hill is the territory of man-eating demons. Run quickly. In panic, they ran over the weed fence and out to the stream. Ah! Luckily, there is a stream. Where is our tent? The two looked around and saw that there was not just one stream in this hill, but countless streams. They looked left and right, looked all over the east, west, south, and north and saw a tiny tent in the distance, which was also the sky. When dusk falls, the sun goes out. Lucky. The two of them waded into the stream and crossed other streams before reaching the tent. The tent stood tall in the middle of the stream. No matter how poetic and beautiful the scene was in the early morning, at night it was desolate and cold. The surface of the stream turned black, withered flowers fell all over the stream banks, birds stopped singing and were replaced by owls and geckos chirping along with crickets, the north wind ragged the bushes. Let's take a bath. Heavenly forest, poisonous water, bathing naked, who knows? Interesting. Let's go down to the stream to bathe. The two of them took off their clothes and went down to the stream to bathe. A boy and a girl had their whole bodies exposed like this, so they planned to make love under the stream. Today the full moon was bright, illuminating their bodies. The water was cool. It was so pleasant, a wild place where they were alone, but suddenly they felt like someone was watching them, so they stopped, washed thoroughly, put on their clothes and entered the tent. The girl laid out the remaining canned food and the two began to eat and drink. The girl opened 2 cans of beer and they ate and drank until they were full in the tent, sitting and talking about everything. The man was a little drunk, he felt like he wanted to have sex with the girl, and the girl didn't refuse, so the relationship ended. In that sublime moment, the girl looked through the hole in the tent. She opened her eyes in horror and saw a figure with blood-stained hair, walking near their tent, dripping wet with drool. Stop. Stop. Again. The man thought the girl was having fun, so he didn't care and he covered her mouth to increase her emotions. The girl struggled but he didn't pay attention anymore. Devil. Let go. You. Let go. Yes, you are a demon. I will eat you tonight, haha. The girl was so scared that she bit his hand really hard, kicked him away. Suddenly he lost his momentum and fell to the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Before he knew what happened, the tent tore open, revealing a naked man and a girl in white who had just had time to put her dress back on. A bloody-haired devil wearing a tattered black shirt like a beggar was opening his red mouth, sticking out his tongue, and holding his hair like a crane to lift it up. He struggled and screamed in pain, then it bit off an inch of his arm from the navel down, causing blood to flow freely and spill out into the demon's mouth. Asian. To the guy's feet fit in its mouth, the girl was so scared she ran away. The murderer let the man fall to the ground, leaving only his upper body, then quickly chased after her. This small girl ran very fast. She ran through countless bushes and grass. Her skin was scratched, but because she was so scared she had to run far away. Looking back, in the distance the demon was running. She shook her head, grabbed a hammer and rushed under the moonlight. The girl unfortunately slipped and fell into the abyss. In fear and panic, she grabbed the rope that someone had tied here. Hearing that everything was so quiet, she breathed a sigh of relief, then climbed up on the rope like a mountain climber. The precarious cliff made it difficult for each step to stick close to the rock. The girl's left foot stepped on the tip of this rock and her nose fell. The rock on her right foot slid down, and the girl was left with tears streaming down her shirt. Ring, the sound of her phone ringing made her jump. Now she remembered that she still had the phone. One hand grabbed the cord, the other hand tried to take the phone out. Luckily, there was signal here. Breathing heavily, both happy and worried, she immediately dialed the first contact in row A. Hello. Big brother. Save me. On the other end of the line was her second brother. He picked up the phone to answer. What is it, sister? Where are you going that the whole family is impatient? Now is not the time to explain. Go to the misty hill quickly. Save me. What? Hello. Hello. There's no signal. The signal here is very complicated. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. The brother and sister can barely hear the younger sister's line. However, the younger sister still holds the phone with her brother waiting for a strong signal. Hello. Honey. Please don't hang up, please. Ah. Hello. The girl panicked when she saw a human skeleton hanging on the top of a mountain with an old tree and tied the rope she was clinging to. It turned out that it was the skeleton of a mountain climber. She lost all composure, so she picked up the phone to continue talking, but luckily the phone signal was stable. Hello. Hey bro. Hurry to the misty hills to save me. Asian. Hello. What is it now? The girl was startled and frightened. Oh my God, the rope she was swinging on looked like someone was pulling her up. Please. Impossible. Ah. The wire was pulled even harder, causing the girl's phone to hit the cliff, crushing the screen and then turning off the power. The impact was so strong that the entire human skeleton on the tree broke and was about to be severed. Are not. The killer's savage laughter echoed on the mountain top. The rope wrapped and tightened around the girl's leg. It turned out that it was holding the rope to pull her up, with a sharp hammer on its back, waiting, her eyes glaring with fear, blood veins appearing. The rope pulled harder. She was scared because she was about to be pulled up. She pulled out a paper knife from her pocket. She quickly cut the rope. The demon grabbed the rope and pulled her belly into the sharp rock. The old tree dropped a lot of leaves and covered the girl's hair. When she was about to make a final cut, the rope broke. The girl broke the rope and fell into the abyss. The entire skeleton fell on top of her, and at this moment the image appeared. The image of the demon faded away from her eyes, falling into a stream of splashing water. That sound accidentally alerted the Lord of the Deep Forest. Suddenly, She heard a tiger growling fiercely in the deep forest, so she was so scared that she dived to the bottom of the water. After lying in the stream for a while, the tiger's sound stopped and fell silent. She passed out and floated like a drowned person. Fish swam close to nibble at her. She lay here until about 2 a.m. The stream water splashed and woke her up. Recalling the scene just now was heart-stopping and horrifying. Ms. Ben climbed up the bank, followed the lucky stream down to the village, and crossed Suong Pass. The girl was tired, wet, walking barefoot on the bumpy dirt road and tried to walk. Luckily, when she got to the village, there was a motorbike, a young man about 27 years old, driving in the opposite direction. "Miss," she was startled and was about to call out, but that person drove the car as if it were flying all the way to the entrance of Suong Hill. She walked step by step and saw the shabby house, Mrs. Hai's house, so she knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" She called tiredly and fell to the ground. Mrs. Hai woke up startled and opened the door. "Oh my God! What happened? Come here, girl." As she spoke, she tried her best to help her into the house. She cooked porridge for her to eat. She cried bitterly and told her, and repented for not treating her that morning. "You have nothing to blame. Now quickly get out of the village before it's too late." "Huh? Why does everyone here lock their doors? Did he go to the village?" "Yes, but..." "What's wrong, ma'am? Stop. You shouldn't know what to do." "Yes. Now I want to get out of here. There is a shortcut, please call your relatives to pick you up. The family is in the city, if they call now, they will probably arrive in the morning." "Ah. I called you. My 2 children are dead. My brother and I are on our way to the Misty Hill." "Have dead? Hurry up, call him, or you won't be able to make it in time. She has a landline phone." The girl obeyed and dialed the number to call her brother. "Please, pick up the phone." Ting ting, the phone rang. It turned out that the young man who was driving as fast as before was her second brother. Ironically, they were walking on the same road but didn't see each other and didn't recognize each other. The guy stopped the car a long time ago. He was stuck on the bank of a stream. As soon as the phone rang, he picked up the call, but the signal was gone. "Lost signal, ma'am." "Hoo. Well, I know a shortcut to the highway, go home alone, the shortcut is behind my house, go straight and turn right." "I'm so tired I can't walk, Mrs. Hoo." She pulled out an old black bicycle and gave it to her. "Here's the bike, please take it." "Thank you very much, I say goodbye." "Yes." The girl rode her bike as fast as flying, trying her best to get past the village. The old woman looked anxiously. "Pray it goes the right way. If you're like a beggar, you're miserable." The young girl rode her bike quickly. She felt worried about her brother, but even if she returned, there was nothing she could do. The girl ran out to the main road, when a sharp iron barbed wire hooked into the bicycle wheel and threw her onto the road, luckily into the bushes. Ah. She fell down, her leg was seriously injured. She was so scared that she dragged herself painfully step by step all night, groping for a way out. Hearing the phone ring, the killer demon appeared from behind and grabbed the young man's head and dragged him down the street with a scream in the deserted hill. Ah! The next morning, the second lady went to the market, still selling vegetables as before. She calmly walked on the road and saw a bicycle hanging upside down on a tree. There was a bicycle, but the girl was nowhere to be found. She felt worried, not knowing whether the girl was alive or dead, so she put down the vegetable burden and traded as usual. At this time, the butcher and the bakery lady were chatting loudly right where Mrs. Hai was at the vegetable shop. "Hey, you know what? Tomorrow there's a tour group coming down here. I heard people from the city are coming down." Hearing that, the second lady was startled and asked, "Huh? Are they planning to go to Suong Hill?" "Yes, ma'am. But they are not sure about tourism. They want to go down to Suong Hill to find a setting to make a horror movie." The baker exclaimed, "Oh my God! What, Suong Hill doesn't need makeup and design, are the ghosts real?" The second lady said sadly, "You guys stop them. Death there is certain. Shut your mouth. Do you want to die? After all, what secret does this village have that it doesn't want people to know?" The second lady fell silent, everyone dispersed and everyone started doing business as usual. The next morning, while carrying vegetables to the early market, the second woman saw a large car that was probably belonging to a film crew that was expected to come here to film a horror movie. The car rolled into the alley. She curiously followed and saw that the car was parked outside the market. There were many people on the bus. They were dressed very elegantly. They looked like they were from the city. Everyone was classy. When they stepped into this poor village, they were surprised to get off the bus. A beautiful blonde girl stepped out of the car. It seemed like she was an actress, so there were many guys around her. Unexpected. The air here is so fresh. Then another group of people followed behind. They were probably also actors, both male and female. All were handsome and beautiful. They looked up at the bamboo at the market and took a deep breath to enjoy the beauty. Frugal but pure in this poor village. Mrs. Hai saw that, so she approached the blonde girl and asked, "Did you come here to film a ghost movie?" "That's right, ma'am. I'm back from the city to cooperate with the director to make a movie called Blood Trap. You just arrived here, so you probably don't know that misty hill." "Shut up, woman," the butcher's voice interrupted. Miss, go buy meat, don't pay attention to her." "Oh yes." Mrs. Hai felt frustrated, so she left her pennywort cart and went home, not doing any more business. On a deserted village road, the blonde actress was walking alone up the misty hill. It must be said that despite its deadly beauty, no one can deny its unique beauty. The girl walked to the dirt road. She walked around happily. The trees were green, the psalm was ringing. At this moment, angry, the beautiful actress took out her phone to show off live to her friends in the community. "Hello friends. Currently I am in the area of Suong Hill. We are about to release to you an unprecedentedly horrifying ghost movie called Bloody Trap." The community watched her live a lot. They pointed and laughed at her. She was very sociable, so everyone loved her very much. Suddenly she and the whole group were startled and scared when there was a comment saying, "Sister, is there someone behind you?" "You. Huh. You go alone." The young girl turned around and saw a bloody machete in her hand from behind. The live viewers were extremely scared and the girl was also extremely scared. Suddenly, the iron blade slashed her neck. The beautiful actress made the audience cry with terrifying screams that could be heard from the community to the villagers. Asian. Blood splattered on the actress's live screen. "Ha ha. Success. Good. Ha." The girl was extremely surprised. It turned out to be a fake machete, a tool from the film crew. She was shocked. She felt frustrated and wiped the fake blood on the phone. At this time the live viewers were in a panic. "No. I didn't expect the director to play so cruelly. The people who watched her live were very upset, and the pale-faced actress had not yet regained her composure. "Are you okay?" A handsome actor walked up to the girl and helped her up. "I'm okay." He helped the girl go to the reserve water tank to wash off the fake blood. The director's voice told everyone, "Today we rest here, quickly set up a tent, guys." In a moment, big white and colorful tents were set up on the road to the mist hill. Mrs. Hai saw that and went over to tell them, "Whatever you do, don't go to Suong Hill." A young man asked curiously, "What's wrong, ma'am?" "There's a devil in there." The director's voice interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense. We were forced to go there to make a movie." The second lady was upset, carried the vegetables for a while and then came back to say, "Okay. My house is down here, if you need anything, come down there." "Thank you." After all the food and drinks were finished, the two men in charge led each other to look for the scene, deeper in Suong Hill, and came across a red-painted road sign, Bone Hill. "Hey! This place is okay. In this scene, the female lead is hanged by a ghost. Ha ha." The two saw an old tree. Underneath the tree there was something ivory white. Suddenly they heard something rustling like someone stepping on dry grass. "Who's that?" Both people were startled. One person was not human, not a ghost. His face was very strange. His hair was white and covered with blood. His hand was holding a bloody iron machete, grinning horribly. The two guys were not afraid at all. One guy approached and said, "Are you on the makeup team? Plus the makeup is so beautiful. I don't get it." "Ha ha." That person still said nothing, still holding the iron machete in his hand, so he snatched the machete. "Gosh! This blood is so real." Then he stroked the blade of the iron machete with his finger and said, "Hey! It's rough. I'm really different. But it's so dangerous. Props are enough to make it look good, there's no need for such detail." "Where?" The guy next to him was curious, so he pulled the iron machete to him to check. Before the guy could touch it, the machete cut his finger and fell to the ground, and blood also flowed down and wet the machete. "Asian! Help me!" A finger was cut. The guy in charge was in so much pain, he put down the machete and the other guy helped him sit up. The guy shouted, "Are you crazy? Such a sharp iron thing was brought into the film crew. Oh my God! That's hurt. I'm dead." The two of them kept bandaging the wound, while the other weirdo laughed haha, then picked up the machete in his hand and slashed it down on his chest, cutting his hand, causing him to not have time to scream, and fell dead. "Asian! Help me! Please! Don't! Don't!" The weird guy still didn't pay attention to the guy, stepped forward and slashed his machete down, almost cutting his hand, but luckily he dodged in time and escaped with a terrified scream. "Help me!" At that time, at the camp, while the film crew was designing equipment and makeup, they were startled by the screams of the guy in charge. "What's going on?" "Director." The guy in charge went to check the terrain and still hasn't returned. "What's wrong?" "Call him." "I called but it didn't work, let me call again." The phone rang for a while before someone picked up. "Hello. What are you two doing?" There was no answer on the other end of the line, but when the phone rang, that weird guy reached into the unfortunate guy's pocket and picked up the call. "Hello. Stop joking. Hello. Purr." He was startled when there was a terrifying growl from the other end of the line. he felt goosebumps. He dropped the phone to the ground with a thud. What is happening? We must notify the director urgently. It was late afternoon, but still no one returned. At this time, the film crew had dressed up and prepared to film the first scene of the movie Blood Trap. The pitiful screams echoing in the Mist Hill area were horrifying, making both actors and crew scared. Only the director did not feel scared anymore. It turned out, it was his transmitter, again. It was his trick to make everyone feel more scared, so he secretly arranged a generator connected to wires and large speakers right on the road to Suong Hill. Director. It's so gross. You quickly go to the foggy hill and turn off that machine. It only sounds faint, but the spirit is not there to act. Yes. Yes, I will turn it off. Ha ha. When the director left, they talked loudly. This director is so weird, he always does crazy things. We'll say goodbye to him after we finish filming. The blonde girl chimed in. That's right. This morning we were live and did our best. Scared the fans. The actor nearby also continued talking. It's a pity that the money he pays is very high. Stop sacrificing a little for the sake of art. Here it looks like a ghost land, not a design. The director was enthusiastically untangling the wires connecting the remote transmitter and speaker. While doing so, he heard the sound of breathing somewhere. Strangely, a strong smell of blood emanated. The director was startled to see a corpse, clothes drenched in blood. He only looked up to see from behind, the corpse hanging from the top of a tree was dripping drop by drop. Blood fell on his head. He was scared and was about to scream but stopped, he thought. Ah. It's probably a trick of the actors. They want to take revenge on you. Ha. Don't be afraid. Having said that, the director happily unplugged the power cord and rolled it up, falling away. At this time it was dusk. The wind swayed and pushed the corpse to turn around. That was. I was in charge. The director seemed to have lost his way, struggling forever on the dirt road. Suddenly he had the feeling that someone was looking at him, so he turned around, but there was no one. The director continued walking further when he heard the sound of someone's footsteps. Someone is following your every step. Weird. Who is this person following me? Why does it keep trying to scare me? Sitting outside and waiting for too long. It's like a jungle here. The nose is burning so much that everyone is upset, but the director still hasn't returned. The crew once again gathered around and talked bad about him. Maybe that grandpa wants to scare us too. Choose a strange place, afraid of ghosts to death. At that moment, the director returned. Prepare to shoot, everyone. Light up the torch. What is waiting for them? The movie Bloody Trap. Please allow permission to start filming. The torches were lit brightly. The film crew prepared to film the first scene of the movie. The director shouted loudly backstage. Take out the props. As for the main actors, prepare to change clothes and go out to the deserted alley over there. After listening to the director's orders, everyone did their own thing, applied makeup, and prepared for the director's first horror film Strange. An actress with long black hair in a pure white outfit walked to a deserted alley with her friend, a brown-haired girl in a pink shirt. The two of them held flashlights, their hands trembling in fear as they walked towards the camera. Looks like we're lost. We must go back. Hoo-hoo, it's already dark, how can we go out? The two young girls walked hand in hand to a bush when they discovered a skull oozing red, white, and white blood in a very horrifying way. Asian. You. From inside the skull came out a white worm and crawled towards the girl in the pink and white shirt. They were so scared that they ran away. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl tripped on the lever, knocking the white-shirt girl high into the air and falling into the bushes. Ouch! Stop! The two of you acting like that is not right. The girl in the pink shirt needs to cry more. The girl in the white shirt needs to scream when she gets blown up high. Ouch! That's hurt. Where is the cushion in the bush, director? Dead. Where is the backstage? Quickly get the mattress. The girl in white was upset. She was starting to doubt this film crew. I went over here to fix my hair, but it got tangled in a tree branch. Okay. The girl in the white shirt then took the lamp to the water tank, washed her face to wake herself up, and then took out a comb to comb her hair. Let the show continue. The lever was thrown into the bushes, causing the girl in the white shirt to be scratched and in extreme pain. The girl in the pink shirt fell to the ground. A person with a fierce face appeared in front of them, holding a large iron machete and waiting for something. Asian. Help me. At this moment, the girl in the pink shirt was so scared that she screamed like crazy when that person slashed her machete with one slash. Ah ah ah. Stop. Are props this rotten? What kind of business do you guys do? Take the props box from the car. A moment later, the employee brought out the box of props and gave it to the actor playing the devil. He took out a big knife from the box, and the director said, "All right. 1, 2, 3. Acting. Asian." He slashed all the way down. The pink-haired girl's head flew far away. Blood sprayed all over the white-clothed girl's body in the bushes. The whole crew was extremely shocked and terrified. Ugh. Can film effects be done in front of many people? This film crew is so good. It's not a technique. Oh my God, it's dead. Report it to the police. What? The director's whole body was cold and numb. He was numb. The actors and staff approached and struggled. The crew was in a commotion. You are a strange director. He is a murderer. Oh my God. Hello police. Please come to the Misty Hill. I want to report the crime. The pink shirt girl's relatives were extremely angry and screamed at the director. The director was so scared that he took out a knife from the props box and slashed his hand. Have you seen it? Obviously props. He saw that they all didn't believe him, so he took out props one by one and slashed at the employee's head. The props broke immediately. See? He saw everyone looking at him, so he took out the prop knife from the box and slashed the employee's arm. Ah! Poor thing, without knowing that, the box of props had been mixed with real and fake knives by a strange hand. If the movie continued filming, I'm afraid that countless more people would die. Murderer. The whole film crew was so scared that they ran for their lives. The director was so shocked that he went crazy. He held a knife and slashed everyone one by one. Any unlucky people would be caught by him and slashed to pieces while slashing and screaming. I did not kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone. He slashed wildly, crushing the employee's flesh and bones, cutting his hand, turning his body into disgusting minced meat. Run quickly. An actor held the blonde girl's hand and ran quickly, the girl said. Run down to the village. Go to the vegetable shop. Both of them ran down to the village, and the remaining group didn't know where to run, so they split into each alley and ran away from the crazy director's pursuit. Help me. The The two girls in white and red shirts held hands and ran through the rows of trees. The director chased after them, waving his knife in the air. He madly rushed into the rows of trees and slashed wildly. Suddenly, two middle-aged men in the village who were cutting firewood passed by and saw the director cutting furiously in the bushes, so they were surprised to ask, "The director is so good. Is there a shortage of actors so you have to act as a stunt double?" The director heard the voice, stopped cutting the bushes, turned to look at the two people and threw the knife close to them. The knife stuck into a nearby tree with a sharp snap. Luckily no one was hurt. "Oh my God! Are you crazy? Are you joking with a knife?" The director did not say a word. He rushed in, forced the two people to fall to the ground and bit the first person's ear. The second person saw this and rushed to save him, but he kicked him into a tree and died clinically on the spot. At this time, people in the village heard screams of terror from Suong Hill. Two people, a man and a woman, ran down to the village and met Mrs. Hai's house right down the road up the hill. Mrs. Hai's house was closed, so they kept banging on the door. "Grandma! Grandma! Open door! Open door!" A moment later, Mrs. Hai opened the door and the two of them rushed into the house quickly. "Close the door, ma'am. Close the door, ma'am." Okay. The old woman closed the door, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "Lucky. We escaped." The old woman did not know what happened, so she went to ask them. They told it from beginning to end, and the old woman was startled when she heard it. "Oh my God! Poor! You two stay here tonight, now I have to go in there and save people." "No way, ma'am. Dangerous." "Assured. Don't look down on me when I'm old, I know the path of Suong Hill by heart." Hearing her say that, they had to stay silent, and Mrs. Hai bravely carried her basket and walked all the way up the hill. At this time, the actors and staff in the film crew were running around in chaos. They didn't know the way here, so the deeper they went, the more lost they became with no way out. While the crazy director was gleefully tearing up the villager's body, the police came and handcuffed him. He struggled and screamed horribly. The police then escorted him to the car, an emergency vehicle. Rescue came and quickly took the bodies of two villagers away. The police chief ordered a police officer to stay here to keep an eye on the crime scene. The police car left, escorting the director to the station. The poor policeman was left alone. He did not know that he would become a lucrative prey for the uninvited guest of Suong Hill. The police officer was bored sitting alone, so he took out his phone and was engrossed in talking to his lover when from behind, a knotted rope tightened around his neck and pulled him to the ground. Dragging him on the ground, he heard the rustling of dry leaves. His whole body was scratched by the path full of sharp rocks and debris. He screamed frantically, then he remembered that there was a gun in his pocket, so he took it out and shot the rope immediately. He coughed and choked, then stood up and ran out of here as fast as he could, when a hammer hit him in the middle of his forehead and he fell down on the spot. At this moment, from deep inside Suong Hill, there was the savage laughter of a bloodthirsty man and then silence. At that time, a group of employees in the delegation got lost in a dead end with overgrown trees. While struggling and not knowing how to proceed, Mrs. Hai came. "Follow me, ladies and gentlemen, quickly. I know my way around here very well." Happy as if they had caught gold, the whole group thanked her, then followed the second woman and came to a fork, divided into 3 intersections. One side was overgrown with trees, one side was full of sharp thorns, the other side had many insects and corpses. Seeing that, an employee asked her, "Grandma, So which way do I take to get out? The second woman pointed straight at the road with only trees, and so one after another, people thanked her profusely and ran with all their might into that intersection. The employee who ran out first was hacked to death right under a tree and died instantly. The secretary who ran out behind him was pierced in the stomach by an iron hook and thrown into a thorn bush. One by one, as soon as they ran out, they were slashed. The broken bodies lay piled on top of each other, blood pouring out and drenching the trees and grass. The second lady smiled happily. "Ha ha! You idiots! I told you to go home. Don't trespass into the hungry ghost's territory. Ha ha ha, now Mrs. Hai goes to feed the hungry ghost. Delicious pieces of fresh human meat. Ha ha." Then, she took a knife and cut off every fiber of flesh from the unfortunate employees. They died with their eyes open and exchanged it as if they were angry. She peeled the meat and put it in baskets. Each basket carried them all the way into the endless depths of Suong Hill, leaving them behind. The corpses lay bare and covered in blood. When the wind blew, the blood flowed out wetly. At Mrs. Hai's house, it was almost dawn at this time. "Hey bro. This old woman's house is so gloomy, the trees on the way to the hill are overgrown and backlit so the sunlight cannot shine through." While waiting for the old woman to return, the blonde girl walked around and told the young actor, "Leave it alone. I wonder if something is wrong with the old lady and why she hasn't come back yet." Suddenly they saw a room that was tightly closed but had no lock. On the door were red letters just like those on Suong Hill. They were curious, so when Mrs. Hai had not returned, they snuck inside. What caught their eyes was a gloomy room, much more shabby than an abandoned house. The two people walked and the light became darker and darker, so they opened their phones and turned on the mini flashlight. "Asian. What is it? Hey bro. There are people." The two of them turned their flashlights around and saw a doll with its eyes gouged out and its limbs chained in a very scary way. The girl covered her eyes and hid next to the guy. Walking in this room, there was a very disgusting smell. They were about to run out when they tripped and fell on something. The flashlight hit a photo. They were terrified and screaming. The photo was old but clear, a photo of Mrs. Hai hugging a person with a disgusting face like a monster. "You. Could it be that this old woman is?" Suddenly, they saw and looked out a gap. The sky was bright enough to see clearly. They could clearly see from the road up Suong Hill. From here they could observe Mrs. Hai carrying a basket of blood-soaked fresh meat. There was also an arm sticking out from the basket. She quickly put it back inside and slowly covered it on the hill heading home. "Run quickly. She killed people." The girl was about to scream, but the guy covered her mouth just in time. The two of them ran out in fear and bumped into some jars with lids on the wooden cabinet, causing the jars to fall down, the lids flying off and black, stinking blood pouring out. They were horrified to discover that there were many vials of blood hanging from the ceiling. They ran quickly and the blood got into their eyes, causing them to lose their direction and crash into the wall and then fall down on the foot of the table. "Children. She's back." From that room, they heard Mrs. Hai's voice. She returned and called their names, but no one answered. "Children. Where?" Lying quietly on the floor, the two hugged each other tightly, afraid that the old woman would kill them if she walked in. They had to pretend like they didn't know anything to find a way to escape. After calling but no one answered, Mrs. Hai went to the kitchen to cook fresh human meat and divided a portion of raw meat to give to someone. At this time, the two of them saw that the house was too quiet, so they sat up and went out, hastily looking for a bucket of water to wash themselves from head to toe, when Mrs. Hai appeared, startling them. "Rob! So you were taking a bath here?" The two of them were very scared. The guy tried to hold back and answer. "Yes. Yes." Mrs. Hai smiled and said, "Take a bath and then eat meat." "Huh? What kind of meat do you eat?" "Ah. Are not. Take a shower and come up to eat early." "Yes." A while later, it was dawn. Suddenly there was a loud siren from a police car driving into Suong Hill. At this time, the two of them sat comfortably on the chairs and reluctantly joined Mrs. Hai in serving a tray of hot human meat. "What's the matter, ma'am?" "Ah. There must have been a thief." "Don't worry, eat quickly until it's hot." "Yes." The girl and the boy knew clearly that this was human meat, but now it was difficult to get out of here. The guy tried to hold back to eat a piece of human flesh and it tasted very disgusting, but he tried to act fine and complimented him. "Delicious." As for the girl, after eating just a little bit, she vomited until her face turned pale. Mrs. Hai asked, "What's wrong, daughter? Are you pregnant now?" He then interrupted. "Yes. No. It's because she's used to the taste of mountain seafood and has never used country meat, so it doesn't suit her taste." "Ah. That's it. The children help her take care of the house. She carries vegetables to the market to sell." "Yes." The old woman ate deliciously. After finishing eating, she picked up her vegetable basket and walked all the way to the market. When the opportunity came, the boy shook the girl awake. "Wake up. Wake up quickly. The opportunity has come. Run away." The girl was still very weak. He tried to shake her until she woke up. "Go, baby. She's gone. Run quickly." When the girl heard that she was gone, she immediately woke up and started holding hands and running out the door without bothering to pack anything. As soon as he reached the door, a beam fell across the way and the guy fell face first into the beam. The girl lost her momentum and fell to the ground on top of him. Asian. Mrs. Hai went from the back house to the front house, holding a sharp knife in her hand. "I know right away. We now know who I am." "Correct. She is a ruthless killer." "Ha ha. Then you're dead." She came closer and grabbed the guy's feet and dragged him on the ground. The girl grabbed Mrs. Hai's shirt to save him. She swung the knife down and slashed the girl's finger, making her scream and blood flowed. "Asian. Run away." Mrs. Hai looked so strong, she grabbed the guy's hair and lifted it up, then placed the knife right at his neck, on his pale, scared face. "Ha ha, young man. You take care of yourself first." She cut him across the neck, causing him to scream madly. The villagers kept hearing this story every day, thinking they had been captured by a hungry ghost, so no one dared to come to their rescue. Hearing from afar, they were afraid of death. The girl tried to bulldoze the second grandmother's body, causing her to hit her face hard on the ground. Ouch! The girl still had one hand holding the guy's hand to help him sit up and then ran out of Mrs. Hai's yard, screaming for help, but unfortunately the part of Mrs. Hai's house was deserted without a soul in sight. She had to walk another deserted road to get out. Market and people. Mrs. Hai sat up, threw the knife into his back and fell to the ground. "Come on, honey. Run. Quickly run to Suong Hill. Call the police." Asian. Mrs. Hai stabbed the whole fork through his stomach, making the guy's eyes widen, the girl was so scared that she ran quickly into Suong Hill, slipping out of Mrs. Hai's hand in extreme panic. The road up Suong Hill was bumpy with cliffs, there was also hard gravel on the ground, and the girl's bare feet as she stepped on it were extremely painful. Fear was the driving force. The girl ran like flying, jumping through several iron barbed wire fences like traps in the forest. Mrs. Hai dragged the guy's body into the house and hid it, then quickly chased after her. There was no time left, the girl went straight into the misty hill. The girl ran and ran, she was sweating like a bath. She ran for a while, then discovered a policeman walking alone on the hill. She was happy and ran back. "Policeman! Save me! What happened? What help do you need? There is murder. Murder! Asian!" As soon as he finished speaking, the policeman had a sharp stake pierced through his body. Asian! Mrs. Hai was nowhere to be seen. All she saw was a man with blood-stained hair and a face like a devil, holding an iron machete drenched in blood and grinning horribly. The girl was quick-witted and ran to the policeman's body. Took out a gun from his pants pocket and she immediately picked it up. She held it out in front of the guy and screamed, "Quickly stop! If not, I will shoot you! Stop! Impossible! Don't come near me!" She was so scared, she didn't dare pull the trigger. He got closer, she pressed her stomach, closed her eyes, pulled the trigger and fired several times in panic. Each shot rang out in shock. Birds flew everywhere. "Ah, ah! Stay away! Stay away from me!" She was startled and looked around, not seeing him anywhere, only seeing the gun in her hand smoking and running out of bullets. It turned out that he climbed the tree very quickly, saw the girl was confused, so he jumped down in front of her, much to her surprise. A. From behind, Mrs. Hai stabbed with an iron machete and slashed a blood-stained shot on the grass. The girl died on the spot, only to hear the happy and satisfied laughter of the killer mother and daughter. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the gunshots, 2 police officers and 2 policemen ran over and discovered blood staining the entire corner of Suong Hill, causing them to scream in horror. Before they could take out their guns, Mrs. Hai slashed at the 2 female policemen from behind, causing them to scream. They died immediately and spilled their wet blood onto the dry logs on the hill. Seeing this, the 2 policemen simultaneously took out their guns. He held Mrs. Hai's hand and ran quickly into the bushes, jumping through the dense bushes like a monkey. The 2 policemen shot guns in their direction and ran noisily. The scene at this moment was extremely panic-stricken. Both mother and child were terrified and ran as fast as they could and lost their way to the film crew. The 2 police officers chased after them, shooting wildly, causing the tree branches they ran to fall and break. Suddenly, the last bullet from the policeman's side shot straight into the man's arm, causing him to painfully let go of his old mother's hand, Ms. Hai. She fell to the ground and the 2 of them flew in 2 directions. Seeing that, the 2 policemen put their guns back in and ran quickly to their side. Mrs. Hai was scared and worried, and the other guy was lying on the ground with blood oozing from his arms profusely. The 2 policemen saw that they were both seriously injured, so they approached and took out the handcuffs, but they trapped the mother and child. A lever from the film crew knocked the 2 policemen high into the air and then fell to the ground. He hit his head on a dead rock, blood flowed out, dyeing the green grass red, green, red, blood-stained Suong Hill. 2 policemen died right at the filming location of the movie Blood Trap. They were about to kill them when they heard a group of police approaching, so they crawled into the bushes and hid. "Oh my God! What's going on?" They were killed. At this time, all the police were present. They put the bodies of 4 people in the car and took them away. After a while, we waited for a long time, and when the police had left, the mother and son held hands and walked out of the bushes. She was heartbroken that he was injured in the arm by a bullet. "Are you okay, child?" "Grr." Mrs. Hai helped him sit under the tree. She tore his shirt to bandage the bleeding wound. She took the kitchen knife and stabbed it into this place and pulled out a bloody bullet. The man growled in pain for a few times and then roared in terror. Mrs. Hai was meticulous and finally finished bandaging the wound. She said, "Go back to the cave and rest. Mom brought me human meat tonight." As if agreeing, he nodded a few times and then ran into the deep Suong hill. Mrs. Hai felt tired, so she walked down to the village to go home, going through a thorny road. This was the fastest way. "Help me." On the way back to the village, Mrs. Hai heard the voice of a lost person from behind. He was exhausted with a torn suitcase. He must have been an employee of the film crew, so she jumped into the nearby bushes and hide and wait for prey just like a predator. "Help me." The guy seemed exhausted, so he took out his phone to find the way, but the signal was vague and couldn't pick up the Google Map location. He breathed a sigh of tiredness, looking carefully from the phone to his clothes. He is a genuine, high-end product, and Mrs. Hai thinks this is an actor, not an ordinary employee. "Who's that?" He was startled when he heard a rustling sound in the bushes. Turning around, Mrs. Hai smiled softly and looked very gentle, coming out of the bushes and leaning on a cane, surprising the actor. "Mrs. Who are you?" "Oh my God. Kids these days forget so easily. I'm the vegetable vendor down the hill." "Oh my God. So happy. Grandma, so you probably know the way down the hill, right?" "Of course, son. Please help me go down to the village." "Okay, follow me." The poor actor, Mrs. Hai, held his hand and led him away, and of course he did not know when she had a strange smile on her face. Using her cane to help him continue the journey, the actor felt happy. "I'm glad I'm about to escape the green hell." At that time, the police car escorting the crazy director had entered a small village road with green trees. Suddenly, the car was running smoothly and was about to reach the main road when something very large hit the door hard, causing the glass door to shatter. The handcuffed director and the policemen who were sitting were startled. Seeing the broken glass, the director quickly bit into a policeman's hand so hard that it broke off, scaring them. Terrified, he was about to take out his gun and control him, but he hugged the policeman and rushed straight out of the car to escape, but an old truck from behind hit them and threw them onto the street, hitting their faces on the road and rolling several times, their bodies. The feeling of disintegration, blood and bones mixed together, is very scary. The police car continued to drive and they looked out the window towards the man's body when one person was stabbed in the eye by a tree. He struggled in pain and rolled out the broken door and hit his head on the road and died. The police car suddenly they lost control of the car and the brakes were broken. They kept pedaling but the car was still going strong. The tree branch hit the door hard and penetrated, whipping them into dust and crashing straight into 2 people growing vegetables. Both people and the car crashed into the river with a loud bang like a firecracker exploding. The car filled with black smoke and slowly sank into the river along with the 2 vegetable growers. On the way down to the village, the police car was finally on its way back with the ambulance carrying 4 bodies of 4 poor policemen, when the police car drove ahead and entered a deserted alley, a shortcut to the main road. Then the ambulance suddenly did not follow, but ran straight ahead through some dense bushes at breakneck speed. The people in the police car saw that and shouted loudly, "Hey! Where do you go? This side." The people in the ambulance were scared and panicked. They yelled at the driver to run the wrong way, but he still ran very fast, causing the car's windows to shatter and scatter bottle pieces all over the road. When they tried to climb into the driver's seat, there was a lot of fire. The driver died because the knife was stuck in his forehead and made them disoriented. The nurse saw that, so she quickly ran up and slammed on the brakes. The police car also turned back to assist. Luckily the brakes were still there, so the car stopped in time before crashing straight into the village market. Police cars and ambulances blared their sirens, making the villagers very worried. After a while, they were able to stop, and luckily the people in the car were not injured, only minor scratches. A police chief got out of the car and examined the driver's body. The sharp knife was pulled out with gloves and carefully placed in plastic. The whole village was extremely scared. The nurses and doctors were also panicked. Suddenly they saw Mrs. Hai leading the actor towards Suong Hill. "Mrs. Hai, everyone. She is so brave." Mrs. Hai was startled by the scream. She was supposed to take him into the house and kill him because she didn't have any knives or hammers on her, so she couldn't kill him in the hills. Luckily for the actor, he had just arrived at the village. Meeting the police and doctors, Mrs. Hai was forced to hand him over to them and then walked back with a cane. "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have died in there." "It's nothing, baby." The police and everyone praised her warmly. "Congratulations, Mrs. Hai. Congratulations, Mrs. Hai." She walked straight into the house with her cane and closed the door. At this time, the market was very bustling, a deserted road from Mrs. Hai's house. She pulled out the dead actor's body, stripped off his clothes, chopped each piece into a jar, and divided it into a bunch. Put it in a pot of boiling oil. When everyone had recovered and it was late in the evening, they had to continue leaving, and the actor was accompanying them. When they were about to depart, both the police and emergency vehicles had flat tires. No more steam. Oh my God! What the hell is this? Everyone, is there any place here to repair inflatable cars? The butcher saw this and said, "Our village is poor all year round. If we don't have a motorbike, where can we find a car repair shop? So we have to stay here." Has. Ah. Call support so they can come help you. That's right. Forgot. So they had to call the rescue team, because it was dark, so it took several hours to get here. The sky was dark, there was no moon, there was no star, perhaps it was about to rain. Mrs. Hai went alone to Suong Hill. There were no lights, but she walked as if it were daytime, walking very leisurely and carrying a basket. Human flesh. When the sky began to lightly tingle with small drops of rain, the old woman was in a very dark cave. She was standing in front of the cave entrance when she heard a sharp sound like a knife cutting into a leaf branch. Mrs. Hai was startled and turned around and said, "Mom, it's me. Grr." Having said that, she gave him a pot of fresh human meat and said, "This is your portion of meat, eat it quickly, and this is for your father." Purr. He nodded and opened the jar of human meat and ate it deliciously. She put the basket of meat down for him and hurried back to the village using a shortcut only she knew. At this time, it was late at the market, but the torches were brightly lit. As soon as Mrs. Hai returned home, she saw a policeman holding a torch and shouting, startling her and standing still. "Stop!" Just as she was rushing, she cried out, causing Mrs. Hai to panic and almost have a heart attack. Uncle Police. What's going on? Where did you go at midnight? I go. Where to go? Oh, I'm going to look for firewood. When looking for firewood, why don't you take any lights or torches? She is very shady. If you don't believe it, I have to go home. Wait. Can I come into your house? Ready for me a glass of water? Okay. Okay. Although she nodded in agreement, Ms. Hai was very worried and reluctantly brought the police officer into the house. The house that Mrs. Hai wants to open is easy. There is a guard post as a latch. You can pull it out from the outside, and that's right, the old lady's house is so poor that even if she goes in, she won't know what to get. The door was rotten and creaked several times, startling the policeman. Oh my God! Your house is too dark, turn on the lights. Wait a minute. Without waiting for Mrs. Hai to light the lamp, the policeman immediately took out a flashlight and shouted loudly. Asian! What are you shouting? Your house is so old. It looks like an abandoned house. Spider silk is abundant. I'm poor. Okay. Please sit down. Mrs. Hai led the policeman to the chair next to the bench. She smiled, causing him to look at her strangely. It turned out that she had done it on purpose to take advantage of kicking the arm of a dead body that had moved out. Hide it somewhere else. Please drink tea. Ugh. Does she cook so quickly? Then drink. Aren't you very thirsty? Oh yes. Having said that, he took a delicious sip of the fragrant tea and complimented her. Fragrant tea. Delicious tea. He drank the tea in one gulp, and Mrs. Hai smiled strangely without him knowing. The tea is over, you're dead, Grandma. Is there a toilet? Yes. Go straight and turn left, remember not to turn right. Yes, ma'am. The policeman took the light himself and followed Mrs. Hai's instructions. He walked for a while and saw a small room, probably the bathroom. He went straight in and closed the door tightly. Weird. Is the power outage or something? But she refused to turn on the light, making me walk around with a flashlight and almost died. Never mind. It's been resolved. When the police officer finished, he heard something very foul smelling. What is this? This old woman is so dirty. Why don't you clean it up? He didn't care anymore, covered his nose and shined the light to look for the faucet. He searched but couldn't find it, so he had to leave. Why can't it be cheap? Or should I try going there and see? He walked for a while and saw a turn, so he turned into the compact room. The door was unlocked. He took the opportunity to go in and take a look, and it wouldn't be too late to come out. Entering the room, this room is not like the previous room. This room does not have a foul smell but the smell of hooked wood. This old woman's house is very strange. Suddenly he was startled when the flashlight shined on the wall. There was a picture of Mrs. Hai with someone very strange. He was startled and backed away when he bumped into a wooden cabinet. He was extremely curious, so he opened it and discovered the person's head, which had been pressed for a long time, had just opened and rolled to the ground with a thud. He almost screamed, but luckily he was able to cover his mouth. She is a murderer. Must report to the police chief. The door slammed shut. The policeman was shocked. Asian. Mrs. Hai from behind held a piece of iron and tried to hit him, but it was too late because he reacted quickly and grabbed Mrs. Hai's hand. Mrs. Hai. She has been arrested. I will arrest you. Release. The policeman took out the handcuffs and was about to handcuff the old woman when she bit him very painfully. Ouch! But he still didn't let go, so Mrs. Hai knelt down before he let go. I beg you. Don't arrest me. Impossible. She is a murderer. Please follow me home quickly. Return. All right. Hoo-hoo. We have to pay for our mistakes, so now. I will confess. Good. I will show you leniency. Tell me how you killed someone. I killed a lot of people, to cut off their flesh and give it to my son and the demon lord. What? Where is your son now? Could it be this photo? Correct. You are the one who mixed the crew's filming equipment, right? And a serial killer. Correct. It's me. It's all me doing. I confess. It has nothing to do with my son. Please don't catch it. It's innocent. Whatever you say, you will follow me home now. Please stand up. Yes. The policeman took out the handcuffs and the old woman hit him on the head with a loud pop. He held his head and fell to his knees. Mrs. The old lady took advantage of the opportunity to pick up the iron stick and walk closer to him to strike a fatal blow, but he still had the strength to immediately grab the iron bar again. Don't try to run away. Wow. Mrs. Hai laughed happily. Suddenly the policeman's entire body was exhausted and had no more strength. He fell to the ground, his limbs were limp on the floor. Do you think you can catch this old woman? Dream on, baby. That cup of tea you praised earlier was delicious, remember? Contains incense. A colorless, odorless poison that is not deadly, but it will paralyze the nervous system and slowly paralyze. Ha ha ha. The helpless police officer lay screaming frantically as the poison cells spread. Mrs. Hai ran quickly to cover his mouth, and watched as the strong body of a young man slowly became paralyzed to the point of falling apart. He bit Mrs. Hai's hand, but the bite had no force. Mrs. Hai squeezed his mouth and said, "Pain. You will be my dinner. Who told you to come into my room?" Ha ha ha. In the end, a policeman was defeated at the hands of a useless old woman. The policeman was in pain, his eyes filled with tears, and his eyes gradually tired. Before he ran out of strength, he kept putting his hands in his pockets. Mrs. Hai took an iron bar and hit him in the middle of his forehead, causing him to let out a weak sound. Chili then died and became the evening for her today. The next morning, the police heard that their comrades were missing. They were noisily chatting in the market like a beehive. Mrs. Hai acted as if nothing had happened, still carrying vegetables as before, leisurely going to the market. Selling. It's strange, the baker and the butcher stopped selling today. Suddenly she heard from the police. What should I do? Police chief. The rescue team got stuck on the dirt road. It was said that the spikes caused the tire to collapse. What's wrong? Shouldn't we come save them? Now that rescue team is struggling there. Mrs. Hai heard that, so she stood up, carried the vegetables, and passed by their place. Mrs. Hai walked all the way, did not return home, but secretly turned onto the dirt road. She went to find the rescue team. Mrs. Hai carried the vegetables all the way to the dirt road. She walked all day without seeing any cars. Huh? Why don't you see anything? Where is the rescue team? Mrs. Hai. She has been arrested. What? Mrs. Hai turned around in panic and saw the butcher and the baker emerging from the bushes. I have suspected you for a long time. Today, as soon as she heard that the rescue team was stuck in the middle of the road, she suddenly left. That was her mistake, which further proved that she was the murderer. You too, don't slander. I heard people were stuck, so I came to help. Is there any evidence that I killed someone? At this time, the police came from behind. Mrs. Hai. She was surrounded. A female police officer approached the bakery lady. Thank you, uncle. Thanks to you, the killer was revealed. Mrs. Hai looked confused. The police chief held out the phone and spoke. These messages, along with the images, were recorded and promptly sent to us by the police officer who went missing last night. Please ask Ms. Hai to follow us to the station. The police officers on patrol last night all carried chips to avoid getting lost. After looking up the location, we identified her house. Moreover, this morning, while she was carrying vegetables to the market, I sent people into her house to collect more evidence. I discovered a series of jars of meat and many skulls and corpses in the room. What can she deny? Cabbage again. Is that enough to convict you, Mrs. Hai? At this time, the villagers also came to see. The dirt road was dark. Everyone pointed at Mrs. Hai. Oh my God! Although she looks gentle on the outside, she's actually a devil. What a shocking secret! Oh my God, I can't believe she's a serial killer. Mrs. Hai is famous for her gentleness and sincerity. Mrs. Hai was startled. I have fallen into the trap. Two policemen came to her side to escort Ms. Hai, took out a pair of handcuffs and were about to handcuff Ms. Hai when she shivered at everyone's bewilderment. Ms. Hai raised her face to the sky and opened her mouth to scream loudly. Her scream was so loud that it could vibrate to the highest frequency, causing everyone and the police to cover their ears, including the two police escorts. She could only put handcuffs on one hand that had been covered. Her scream startled the birds and flew out of the nest in chaos. The police chief covered his ears but still did not forget Mrs. Hai. Arrest her. A person as nimble as a monkey, jumping from branch to branch as fast as lightning, hit two policemen in the head with an iron bar, causing them to fall to the ground and die on the spot, terrifying everyone and arresting them. Mrs. Hai's hand, in panic, the tree swinger and Mrs. Hai locked the handcuffs together and with the other hand pulled her up the tree and she slipped away. Chase her quickly. She has accomplices. Don't let them escape. The police fired guns to chase after them, but the person sped away and was already out of sight. The sound of gunfire and everyone's loud screams made the tense atmosphere even more chaotic. The person hanging from the tree ran as fast as he could when he landed. The tree was hit in the hand by a bullet, causing him to fall to the ground. Ah! He was hit in the arm, so he fell to the ground very hard. Mrs. Hai fell on top of him and fell right on the way to Suong Hill. However, mother and son were still okay. Mrs. Hai hurriedly sat up and helped him. My son. Are you okay? He shook his head. Mrs. Hai helped him stand up. Now behind him the police were about to arrive. She urged him. Come on, baby, hurry up. Try to follow your mother to Suong Hill. He tried to stand up, but there was so much blood that he felt dizzy. He couldn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. The police finally arrived. Mrs. Hai took out a paper fan from her bag. The paper fan was sprinkled with enchanting powder in each fold. Just waiting for the police to arrive, she would fan out the enchanting powder dust. Poison. Don't you dare. Catch us. As soon as the police approached, she spread her fan and fanned it strongly in the wind towards them, forcing the police to stop. "What is that? Careful. Beware of poison." Mrs. Hai smiled happily and fanned vigorously. The chalk dust flew everywhere. Suddenly the wind changed direction. A lot of poisonous chalk dust flew back towards the mother and son. She panicked and grabbed her son's hand and ran away. Fast, but the handcuffs of mother and child were stuck together, making it difficult to run, so after running for a while, they tripped and fell. At this time, Mrs. Hai was almost exhausted. He just sat up and the police arrived. 2 people have been arrested. The second woman was startled. The police escorted mother and child to their feet. "Let me go. Report to the police chief, these 2 people are locked in the same handcuffs. Just leave it as it is. That way they won't be able to run away. Obey. Escort them away." Mrs. Hai kept screaming. When both mother and child were being taken to the car by the police, to the surprise of the village, Mrs. Hai suddenly collapsed and fainted. The police called an ambulance to take the mother and child to the car. Finally she was arrested, but who is this son of hers? I have never seen her before. Why does she have a husband? Regardless, from now on, our village will no longer be afraid of the ghosts of Suong Hill. The play's curtain ended. 2 demons were captured. The ambulance carrying both Mrs. Hai and her son, on the way across the big river, Mrs. Hai locked her son in handcuffs and lay on the hospital bed. In the car were 2 nurses, a doctor and a policeman. Watching, the second woman lay motionless. The boy opened his eyes and glanced back and forth. The car drove over a very long bridge. Mrs. Hai was lying down when she was startled awake by someone's hand gently prodding her. "Who? Ah. So it's you." Mrs. Hai was startled when she saw the boy helping her sit up. She was bewildered and didn't know what was going on. He pointed to the glass window next to the scene where the doctor and nurse were chatting loudly. The second lady asked, "Hiding out?" The guy nodded. Mrs. Hai thought, "Yes, that's right, just run away, who knows, maybe you'll escape." So Mrs. Hai grabbed a plastic chair, ran back and hit the nurse on the head with a fiery pop. Mrs. Hai stopped, panicked, blood poured out of her arm, but it wasn't her blood. It turned out the guy had bitten it off his arms to escape. His remaining arm was hanging loosely from Miss Hai's hand. She was panicked. When the doctor and the police rushed out in panic, he also rushed to hug the doctor and the police, hitting their heads against the glass. After a strong wave, Ms. Hai and Mrs. Hai rushed out of the car and broke the window. The police shouted loudly, causing the driver to lose control. The police car behind saw this and honked loudly. Before the driver could brake, he and his second wife dragged everyone down the bridge into the river. The car drove a little further and crashed into the water. The police stopped the car and climbed down, only to see white foam. A moment later the mud turned black and the water flowed strongly. They escaped. Do you think they will die? Only God knows. So they spent the whole day trying to catch him, but in the end they became successful, and they left. Mrs. Hai and the guy were trying to rise and fall under the fast water. She and her son tried to cling to tree roots, along the roots of the tree, but when they fell, the police officer, nurse, and doctor were injured. The mother and son both killed this man and waterboarded him. The mother grabbed the roots of the tree, the son dragged the body with her to the shore, and finally reached the shore of the village. The man pulled up the doctor's body, and that was the time. Late in the evening, Mrs. Hai was so tired that she dragged herself to the cave. The man was so hungry that he bit into the doctor's body and ate it alive. After eating, he gave it to Mrs. Hai to eat with him. Mrs. Hai panicked. "Are you okay? There's too much blood." The man shook his head, trying to put his meat mouth into his mother's mouth, and the two of them lived here, next to the cave that was the hungry ghost's territory. At that time, at the village market, people were talking loudly because they heard from the police that Mrs. Hai and her mother had escaped. "Maybe she's dead already. Hey, but what if she hasn't died yet and she comes back and eats us?" "Stop. I'll go home and close the door to make sure." "Yes, remember to lock the door carefully." The deep stone cave smelled of blood. Although Mrs. Hai was very tired, she still did not forget to offer human flesh to the hungry ghosts. She tried to put the meat in front of the cave and then went out. Suddenly there was a very scary growl in the cave. The piece of fresh meat became more and more worn out as if someone was gnawing it. Having finished this piece, Mrs. Hai tore another piece to continue at the mouth of the cave. "Stop it. Devil book. The book your father gave me. If I don't have that book, it won't work. Mom has to go home to get it." When he heard that, he was startled and grabbed her hand. He continuously shook his head and growled in horror as if to say, "Mom, you can't go. Going there now is like looking for death. I know it's dangerous, but that book is still in our house. I really need it. Don't worry, I'll get more meat for you." He growled very angrily, but she still didn't care. She decided to go back to the village today to get the demon book. From this cave, you'll almost be at Suong Hill. Mrs. Hai walks quickly because she knows this place very well. After Mrs. Hai walked for a while, she was trapped by a barbed wire that she had set up a long time ago. It was hooked into the skin of her stomach and was extremely painful. Mrs. Hai was in so much pain that she tried to remove it but could not. The barbed wire's tip was as sharp as a paper cutter. She had no choice but to leave her appearance like that and go home. Mrs. Hai's poor village appeared. It was night time, but at this time the lights were bright with fire torches. Mrs. Hai walked in pain because the barbed wire was hooked deep into her stomach. She looked forward and behind but saw no one. Should go home. Her family did not dare to light a lamp, so she struggled to grope in the night. She accidentally bumped into the wooden cabinet. After groping for a while, she found her way into the room. She continued to look for the book. In the dark, she did not know which book was which. Demon books should take all the books. She took 5 books and quickly walked out. The door suddenly opened. Mrs. Hai was so startled that she had a heart attack and dropped all the books on the floor. He, the old woman's son, was standing in front of him. Perhaps he was worried about his mother, so he didn't feel secure and secretly followed. At this moment, Mrs. Hai regained her composure when she heard a strange noise. Mrs. Hai hurriedly picked up the number. Books on the floor gave him 5 books and then stuffed them into his chest because he only had one hand and urged him to run quickly. At this time there were screams from the villagers. "Arrest Mrs. Hai, my aunts and uncles. Mrs. Hai has been surrounded." A group of people holding torches and torches, all young men, volunteered to rush into Mrs. Hai's house. When he refused to leave, Mrs. Hai punched him a few times and then pushed him out the back door, just in time to grab the iron machete. "Run, child." At this time, he just ran out the back door. Immediately the front door of the village rushed in to cover Mrs. Hai, and a number of other people ran after him. He refused and turned back to look, so she screamed angrily. He wiped away his tears and ran to the foggy hill. "Arrest that guy. Don't let it escape," Mrs. Hai shouted. Run, child. He ran out. A group of villagers blocked him right in front of him. He didn't care. Anyone who didn't dodge would be cut to death on the spot by him, making his own way to escape, crying as he ran because of his old mother's screams. Tragic. He escaped and went deep into Suong Hill. The remaining brave people chased after him and ran for his life until he reached the Tiger's Mouth cave. Mrs. Hai struggled in pain but could not escape the net. She could only lie helplessly on the ground, worrying about him. At that time, at the cave in the territory of the hungry ghost, a group of villagers ran to the place and he was so scared that he ran straight into the cave. The villagers were also curious to see that and followed him inside. As soon as the group of people entered, they were inside the cave. There was a very scary hissing sound. Before they could run out, white smoke blew out from the mouth of the cave like something was breathing toxic smoke. The group of people hit by this smoke immediately lost their bodies and slowly melted like wax. Screaming in terror, suddenly there was no more flesh and blood left, but dry bones remained inside and outside of the lonely cave. Finally, there was his savage laugh of victory. He. The next morning, Ms. Hai was taken by the village people to the tree where the beggar and many others died because she forced her to kneel down to repent. Ms. Hai was covered with a net and escorted away like a prisoner of war. At the base of the tree, people removed the net for Ms. Hai and then brought her close to the tree and tied her up. The village chief came and said, "Dear villagers, Mrs. Hai is a murderer, a long-standing nightmare of our village. She created a story about hungry ghosts hunting people at night to hide her crimes. I declare that Ms. Hai will be subjected to the most terrible punishment." Mrs. Hai heard that and said loudly, "The hungry ghost is real. Please wait for your death. Shut up. You must not say another word. She will not be forgiven. You yourself should be ready to accept the punishment of death." There was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby, very discreetly hidden. He was looking at his mother in pain but could do nothing. "Asian!" Mrs. Hai screamed in fear as the villagers prepared to pour gasoline all over her body. A burning torch made her panic. At this point, she refused to repent anymore. The village chief shouted, "Lower the curtain. Today's hungry ghost drama will end here." The whole village shouted together, "Kill Mrs. Hai. Kill the hungry ghost." When Mrs. Hai heard that, she was no longer afraid. She raised her head high and smiled. "Ha ha ha ha. Hungry ghost. It's real. Ha ha ha. You will not kill the hungry ghost. Ha ha ha. Burn her. Ha 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 ha." The fire burned fiercely. Her body was completely burned with the fire growing larger and larger, but Mrs. Hai still laughed ha 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 horribly, and after a while she became silent. Her body turned to ashes after the shouts and shouts of the village. He hid in the bushes in extreme misery. He cried silently and gritted his teeth in extreme anger. Mrs. Hai's death and his biological mother's death fueled the killing spree in his soul. Looking at the fire in front of his eyes, a fire of hatred was burning in his eyes. He braced himself, wiped away his tears, and silently left. After that day, the villagers decided to hold a big party to celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was excited, drank a lot of wine, had people kill cattle, pigs, and ducks, butchered a lot of meat, and there was a lot of meat. Many delicious dishes, a campfire, like an outdoor banquet for the upper class. During that party, people beat drums and sang very loudly, so loud that from the hungry ghost cave, he could hear the sound of the village's victory and celebration, further provoking the boiling blood of madness. When he got up, he screamed and pointed at the mouth of the cave, muttering very unpleasantly as if he was blaming someone inside. He was madly angry, pulled out and threw several human skeletons in the cave. He beat them until the bones were broken. He was extremely angry. He had never been this angry. He picked up the machete that had killed so many people, rushed to the cave and hit it hard as if he wanted to destroy it. Suddenly red smoke blew out from the cave. Accompanied by strong winds, the man was hit by the smoke and flew out, falling to the ground. Ho-ho! Ho-ho-ho! He cried bitterly, with hatred in his heart. Now he was still a one-armed invalid, and he was extremely helpless and in pain. Why? Why didn't the hungry ghost save them? Why? At this time at the party in the village, several people were drunk and talked to each other. What about Mrs. Hai's son? What do we do? Oh my God! That guy still has one hand now, he won't fight against the villagers. To kill weeds, you have to kill them at the root, I calculate this way. What do the village elders mean? What do you want to do? After we finish entertaining this party, we proceed with the plan to capture it alive and bring it back as a slave for us as payment. Good idea. We must make him pay for his crimes. Ha ha. A waste man. Useless. They ate and drank so much that everyone fell asleep like the dead. The alcohol was so strong that it blurred their minds. Some even slept while holding an entire bottle of wine. It was nighttime, the campfires were blazing. Late at night, only the children were still awake, playing and running around. The village chief, who was the only one still awake among them, felt like he had to clean up, so he split up and looked for a nearby tree. As soon as he reached the tree, before he could take off his pants, a machete stabbed him in the head and died on the spot. Before he could scream, he appeared, his hair covered in blood, and the wind made his hair flutter horribly under the moonlight like a devil. He growled with pleasure, then cut off his head, lifted it high, opened his mouth, and drank all the fresh blood. Hearing someone coming, he dragged the village chief's body into a hidden bush, and the game of life and death officially began. Who's still awake? We'll have to die, death has returned once again. The village chief's wife drank alcohol and lay flat on the ground. She was sleeping when she suddenly woke up and discovered that the village chief was missing, so she split up and ran to look for him. At that time, in the bushes, he chewed and ate half of the village chief's body alive, then hid and waited for the next victim. A while later, two guys were also drunk and wanted to pee, so they invited each other to go out. While they were excited, the guy rushed over quickly and slashed at the first guy. The second guy was so scared that he tried to kill himself. Screaming, the man pulled out his machete and slashed the other man's neck. The sweet man-hunting session took place so silently that no one noticed. After killing the two guys, he dragged them into the bushes and hid to wait for the next victim. Sitting for a long time, it was almost dawn, but still no one came out. He was frustrated by the mosquito bites. The swarms of mosquitoes were so big, they were all swarming on his body. After smoking well, he smashed one mosquito after another, then chewed its corpse and left it out of the bushes. The village chief's wife went for a walk, but didn't see her husband anywhere. She went out to the forest to take a look. He had a machete ready from behind him. He raised the machete high and was about to slash. He saw her angry. As he continued walking, a group of people came to invite her to drink. She decided to drink and forget the world. He was startled to see so many people, so he was afraid and continued hiding in the bushes. The village chief went back inside, drinking with a group of people. At this time, There was a beautiful girl standing in the middle of the yard in the middle of a singing and dancing party. Suddenly, while singing deliciously, she stopped, surprising everyone. Huh? Why stop? Everybody. Looks like it smells like gasoline. Huh? Suddenly, from all four directions, the fire burned fiercely, covering this entire poor village. There were shabby houses, so the fire from one house spread to the next house. Everyone screamed miserably, people ran. Chaos. On fire. It's on fire. Help me. Help me. This fire was from the campfire they had lit. While having fun and getting drunk, he stole a gas tank and secretly sprinkled it around the party. Just a small fire would ignite the surrounding areas. The thatched house was parallel or close to the wall. The fire was so sudden that everyone had no time to react. If anyone ran out of the fire, he was waiting, just cut one shot and die immediately, run and die. If you stay, you will die. The intense fire reminded him of the scene when his mother and grandmother were burned alive and died, so he burst into tears and screamed. While the fire was burning so strongly, he stopped laughing. Ha ha. Ha. Win. While laughing, he suddenly saw that the fire was about to reach his place. The poor man left his machete behind and ran quickly. Before running out of the burning village, he caught the beautiful girl of the village. She was scared, screaming and crying. Mommy! Save me! The girl's mother was also startled to discover that her daughter had been kidnapped. Oh girl! She screamed miserably, but in the end the whole village was buried in flames and died without leaving anyone behind. Taking the girl with him, he brought her close to the mouth of the hungry ghost's cave. The girl was extremely scared. She screamed in terror. He covered her mouth, brought her to the front of the cave, and from inside the cave, returned. There was a terrifying hissing sound and red smoke blew out. The girl only had time to scream one last time before losing consciousness. The man dragged the girl into the cave, with a wild and happy laugh, ending the human hunting session. And avenge my mother. All returns to dust. Everyone dies. He has returned to avenge his mother and has a beautiful girl as his trophy. It's over again. Once again evil wins. It hurts so much. Ah. Let me go. Asian. In the hungry ghost cave, filled with mysterious green, red, and red mist and smoke, there was a half-human, half-ghost man who kidnapped a young girl, breathing heavily, his body smelling strongly of human flesh and blood for a long time. He laughed excitedly, tore the beautiful girl's clothes and pressed the girl and himself naked, even though the girl was trying her best to resist and scream in pain, but he didn't care at all. He always tried his best. Tried to have sex with her. The two had sex in a cave as dark as hell on earth. Even though he still had one arm, his health was unimaginably strong like a monster. He slapped the girl in the face. Dozens of fire stars, the girl was crushed and helpless, had to lie here and grit her teeth to endure after being reluctant to spend time with him for several hours. Sweat drenched both of them on the long rock. The girl's screams of terror were heard when the water underneath her belly was extremely wet and dirty. The man groaned in excitement, ending his humiliating journey of taking the virginity of the village's beautiful girl. Hoo-hoo. Mom. Oh village. Oh my God. Hoo-hoo-hoo. After making love, he lit a fire to illuminate the body of the naked girl lying exhausted on the rock. He put on his ragged clothes, and the girl did not dare to look at the face of the man who took away her virginity. She burst into tears, while he was extremely happy and laughed, echoing throughout the cave. Ha ha ha. Outside that cave, a heavy rain poured down, making it colder and colder. The rain poured down as if crying for the young girl's beautiful, bitter, and humiliating fate. As for the village burned completely and no one remained. Some time later, the police in the surrounding area heard the news and sent someone to investigate. The once prosperous and bustling poor village is now just a desolate, ash-covered cemetery. The fire spread to more than half of the forest to Suong Hill, burning the Suong Hill road sign, and the rain poured down on the area. The soil is stained with gray ashes. The police car arrived at this cemetery. Stepping out of the car, 4 policemen walked around and looked at the ashes with their tongues clenched. So poor. Who killed them? The whole village burned to death. There is no trace left. The police struggled in this place for a while and then finally got in the car and left. There was a pair of eyes watching them. He was hiding from afar. In the bushes he was holding the machete he had used to kill a bunch of people. The man who raised demons, he looked after the police car like a predator, looked for a while, then the police car slowly disappeared behind a few hills and he also left. Since then, this land has become a forbidden land, a desolate land containing many deadly dangers. Time passed. In the end, the young girl living in the cave with him was no different from a married couple. She had loose hair, was wrapped in a black cloth, and was pregnant, so her belly got bigger and bigger, making it difficult to walk. It's difficult, but perhaps now she also accepts to be his wife, becoming his powerful right-hand man in his bloody hunts. One day, the girl was pregnant, but had to carry water from the hill. She was struggling to walk with 2 buckets of water in her hands. When passing through the thick trees, she saw the monster husband jumping. He danced a very strange dance right at the mouth of the cave. With each dance a lot of smoke was emitted from the mouth of the cave. Each dance sometimes emitted blazing fire and then extinguished it. He danced and carried a machete with dried blood. Since when he split the machete into the rock immediately cracked with blood-red lines, his face changed unpredictably, green and red, then a very scary devil's face appeared, dancing wildly. Every day was the same, strange and unique rituals. Every time she brought water back, she saw many times she was so scared that she wanted to miscarry. He danced for 3 months, every day. Dance from dusk to sunset. After dancing, he goes hunting, or anyone unfortunate enough to encounter him will be dragged back to become a meal for the couple, the wife carrying the fetus in her womb. Devil's blood, she's already used to it. Human meat is just like normal wild meat to her now. It seems he knew his wife was pregnant, so on days when there was no animal meat or human meat, he would let the girl drink his blood. While raising the fetus in her womb, her life here is also better than before because perhaps she has adapted. Every time there is meat she is forced to give it to the hungry ghosts in the cave to eat first. During several months of performing the strange ritual, it was the ritual in the demon book that his mother, Mrs. Hai, gave to him before being captured by the villagers. All those days, regardless of sun or rain, he diligently practiced and achieved success. He was able to use the special magic of demons, like a tiger growing wings, but also since he mastered demon magic, all the animals in the hills and surrounding areas suddenly died abnormally. He just had to pick them up to eat. Not only that, but the forest trees also died and lost a lot of leaves. Now the hunt for people officially begins. The forest of life is increasingly receding into a dead land. In the Book of Demons, there is also a record, a child born from the sperm of a father and mother carrying demon blood must know how to find someone to put his own demon blood into the human body to continue maintaining the demon race. One day, while sleeping soundly in a warm cave, he and his wife were startled by the sound of sobbing outside the cave. He sat up. His wife felt too tired, so she lay back inside. He carried the machete and went out of the cave because he smelled human flesh. The woman's crying from the nearby hill made him crave meat. The person licked his lips and then ran into the bushes to hide. "Son, it's you. Did you die and leave your mother and father? Ho. You're very ungrateful, you know that." They consisted of 4 people, an older woman and 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. The smallest girl among them pointed at the large motorbike lying upside down stuck in the stream, covered with green moss. "Ho. If I don't call hi that day. Well, maybe something like that won't happen." This girl was no stranger, the only victim to escape the bloody trap in the forest of Mrs. Hai and her mother. It turned out that after escaping and returning home, she was extremely haunted and almost panicked. Losing her mind, it took her such a long time to regain her composure and return to this place with her family to look for her child's body, knowing that after such a long time the flesh would be broken, not even a single bone. Give up. The crying mother saw the car with the license plate and recognized her older son's car. Her 3 children comforted her seeing that. She wiped away her tears and told her 2 older sons. The 2 children picked up their brother's car for their mother. The car was stuck in the rock crevice of the stream. Feeling sorry for their mother, the 2 boys tried their best to wade into the stream to retrieve it. This large bike was really heavy. When the 2 boys pulled it up close, they slipped and fell back into the stream. That's what she told her son. "You 2 go up. Let Mom." The 2 boys in the stream were frozen. The girl told her in fear. "Stop it, Mom. Leave. Let's go home quickly, Mom. Here's some incense and light for Hai. This place is very dangerous, Mom. Let's go home." "Are not. It's the last thing your brother left behind. You 2, quickly help me bring Mom up." The 2 boys stood frozen in the stream. The mother and aunt did not understand what was going on. The 2 boys fell backwards into the stream and discovered that their neck and legs had cut so deep that they died on the spot. The blood dyed everything red. Stream, the girl on the bank was frightened. As expected, as the spirits told her, bloody traps were spread all over this land. The frightened mother waded into the stream and ran to call her child. "My son. Don't, Mom. Run, Mom." As soon as the mother waded into the stream, from the bottom of the stream were traps made of sharp iron barbed wire that immediately wrapped around the mother's feet and dragged her into the stream. Asian. The girl was startled when she heard laughter in the bushes. The savage laughter was very familiar on that fateful night, there was no mistaking it. She panicked and turned around. The man ran out of the bushes screaming as fast as he could. Following the machete scared her and ran as fast as she could. "Help me." The girl ran from one forest to another, glancing as she ran. He was no longer there. Suddenly she bumped into his wife, fell to the ground and quickly sat up. "Asian. Who are you?" The wife saw the girl and immediately knew that the husband was hunting her. She had compassion, so she wanted to fight her husband once to save the girl. "Do not worry. I won't harm you." The girl was extremely happy when she heard that, panting and pointing towards the small forest next to Suong Hill. "Sister, there's a devil in there." "I know. I will save you. The wife dragged the girl into the bushes to hide, then tore off her shirt and bandaged the wound. After finishing, she let the girl lean against a tree. She stuck her head out to check the situation. As soon as she emerged, she quickly retreated back. The guy carrying a machete on his back, screaming angrily and running in search of the girl who ran by, due to his speed being too fast, he went far beyond their bushes. Afraid of having a heart attack, the girl was tired and her eyes were dull. The loving wife did not know where to take her, so she remembered that there was a small, secret corner in the cave, so she wanted to take the girl home. Hey! I want to go home, sister. Thank you. The wife tried to take the girl back to the cave. She was not afraid of being pregnant, so she still tried her best to bring her back with great worry. When the two of them reached the hungry ghost cave, there was immediately terrible smoke and angry roars in the cave. Asian. What's so terrible, sister? I forgot, actually. I'm his wife, this is his and my cave, but it's okay, I'll save you. Yes. Saying that, the wife stopped in front of the cave mouth and showed the girl. This is the hungry ghost cave. When there is human flesh, people will offer it to it. You. Are you okay, sister? It's okay, I read through his demon book. If you want to cover the hungry ghost's eyes, you have to drink the demon's family blood in this jar. This is his blood, drink it quickly. The wife held out a jar of black, smelly blood, and told the girl to drink it, but as soon as she saw it, she felt sick. Oh, it's so scary. I don't drink. Drink it. To enter the cave. He's almost back. Hurry up. I said no, no. The girl was so scared that she ran away. The angry wife grabbed her hand and pulled her back. There's no time left, this little girl. Drink quickly. The girl still refused to drink. The angry wife kicked the girl's leg so hard that she opened her mouth and screamed. Asian. The wife quickly poured a little bit of demon blood into her mouth and swallowed it gulp. Ugh. Ouch. I'm dead. Ouch. Okay, let's go to the cave quickly. The girl vomited up and down, her face was as green as a leaf. The wife dragged her straight into the hungry ghost cave and pushed the cave into a dead end. Ouch. Lie here quietly, okay? Wait until he falls asleep and I'll take you out of the hill. Now is not the time to run away. Yes. Having finished speaking, the wife went out. The dead-end cave here is called that, but it is quite large. It is a place that stores flesh and blood for the couple, bones and blood everywhere. The girl saw a transparent jar containing the fingers of the couple. Hands soaked in blood and screaming. Asian. It's so gross. Hearing the screams, the wife tried to go in with great difficulty because the pregnancy was larger than before. Shut up. Don't scream, you hear me? No matter what happens, don't scream. Remember. Say no more. Be quiet. Yes. It would be a shame if he let him know. Suddenly the wind blew loudly. The sound of whirring was clear as if it was close to her ears. The girl was so scared she asked. What's that sound? The devil is back. Quickly crawl under that rock, hide and keep quiet. Yes. The wife went out to welcome the husband home. He carried half of the woman's body. The wife was startled. Oh my God. Poor her. He growled and handed it to his wife, then pointed towards the cave as if to say, quickly take this body inside and put it away. Having lived together for quite a while, the wife understood what her husband meant, so she agreed to take the body and throw it into the cave where the girl was hiding. Lying quietly, about to fall asleep, she suddenly woke up. The girl was startled to see a half-body lying on the ground. She was even more scared. It was her mother. It was so painful. She almost screamed, but luckily she remembered in time to cover her mouth and sobbed, hugging her mother's body. "Hoo-hoo, Mom. Hoo-hoo. Are not." He was resting on a rock in the cave, suddenly stood up, took a few sniffs and then growled a few times. The wife immediately understood what he wanted to say. It smelled of human flesh. "No way. Human flesh is me." He shook his head and continued to growl, then took a few breaths and walked towards the cave. The wife was so scared, she didn't know what to do. She was extremely worried about the girl. Her heart beat faster. She secretly followed behind. In the cave, the girl heard a sniffling sound. She immediately guessed that the demon was approaching. She was extremely scared and quickly found a place to hide. Every step he took was each heartbeat of the two of them beating in unison. The girl's weak, frightened breathing and the sound of the murderer's nose sniffing, she raised her hands to cover her face and cried. Suddenly, stepping into the cave immediately made the girl more scared. "Are not. Shut up. Here you are." The wife covered the girl's mouth, and the girl panicked when she didn't see him anywhere. "Where is he? I thought he found me. How lucky." He was about to enter the cave, but someone was hiding near the cave. He was so scared that he ran out quickly, causing the man to change his hunting direction. "How lucky. I have a heart attack. Don't cry anymore. Late tonight he's sleeping soundly. I'll take you out, okay?" "Yes." The girl pointed to the body and said it was her mother, causing both sisters to hug each other and sob. "Stop. I have to go out, remember to keep quiet. Goodbye, sister." Having stopped crying completely, the girl lay down and dozed for a while before falling asleep. At this time, outside the cave, the man grabbed the dead young man's head and dragged him home. The wife was scared again. "Poor little guy. Where can I come here to die?" He realized that at this time it was almost dark, sunset was falling. He threw his body down with a thud, gave the machete and the body to his wife and children and ran out of the cave to perform the ritual. Demon magic like every day. The wife brought the meat to the middle of the cave. She knocked a few times on the rock wall. Immediately smoke poured out and covered the meat. The meat was corroded and there was nothing left. The wife then dragged the young man's body into the cave where the girl slept. "Wake up! Wake up!" The girl woke up startled. "Is it morning already?" "What morning is it? It's just getting dark. Tonight we'll go to Suong Hill." "Yes, is it dark already? So quickly." Are you hungry?" "Yes." "Hey. Eat it." "What do you eat?" The wife showed the girl the young man's body lying there. "Eat his meat to help." "Oh my God. How can I eat?" "Hoo-hoo. Do you want to run away?" "If you want to, you have to eat to gain strength to run. That guy runs so fast." "Yes." "Hoo-hoo, but how can I eat it while I'm alive?" The wife then tore off the young man's flesh, put it in her mouth, chewed deliciously and said, "Eat. There are no pots or pans here." He and his sister ate it raw. Ouch. So gross. But we have to try. Right. You are so good. Reminds me of Mrs. Hai saving me. Shoo. Mrs. Hai is his mother. So the wife told the girl the whole story. It was scary. The obedient girl also tore off his meat and ate it. It was very uncomfortable, but she still tried to swallow and eat until she was full. After eating for a while, the girl held her wife's hand. Sister, sister. Or should we run away together? Why do you have so many opportunities to run away and not go and live with this demon? I have nothing left, all the villagers have been burned to death by him, I can only live with him for days and months, moreover I am carrying his blood in my body. Yes. The two sisters confided for a while, then the wife left. By this time she was quite full, so the girl continued to sleep, waiting for the opportunity to escape from Suong Hill. He danced and performed the ceremony until it was dark before returning. He pointed and told his wife to quickly bring out the young man's body for him to eat. The wife ran in and pulled her out and only the lower part was left. He got angry and beat her. Fell to the ground because he thought his gluttonous wife dared to eat everything and not leave anything for her husband. He surprisingly put the entire lower part of the young man into his big mouth, licked his lips, then went to sleep on a long rock. His wife worriedly considered the situation until tonight. While sleeping, the wife woke up startled and looked at the sky, thinking it was probably late. She heard the guy snoring loudly like thunder and knew he was fast asleep. The wife went into the cave to shake the girl, immediately. Loving her mother, so the girl hugged her body and followed her. The two sisters set off. The two girls skillfully and gently walked over the sleeping man's body. The wife walked over discreetly. The remaining girl, she looked at with fear. The wife looked at her as if to say, I can do it, come on. Because the girl wanted to escape so badly, she jumped over the body blocking his path. Sneeze. The two girls were startled. The guy just sneezed once and then went back to sleep. The wife took the girl out of the cave and into the forest. Hey, sister. I can't walk anymore. Hurry up. Mommy. Who is that? Suddenly, there was a baby's scream that scared both of them. The fetus in the wife's belly seemed like something was moving around, causing them both to stop. I. Ask Mom. Yes. Oh my God. Kai Tai can talk. Only the wife could hear the voice from the fetus, making the girl unable to understand what was happening. Mommy. Mom, kill her. Our family will live happily together. Are not. Hey, sister. Who are you talking to? Do not scare me. Mom, kill her. If you let her escape, she will denounce the person who came to kill her family, mother. As if hypnotized, the wife's eyes glowed bright red. She picked up the rock and held it up high. The girl was so scared that she dropped her mother's body on the ground. Sister, what are you doing? The wife hit the girl on the head, causing her to scream loudly in the forest. Asian. The wife hit her several times hard, causing the girl to die on the spot. In the fetus's belly, a crisp, haunting, creepy laugh emitted. The ghostly laughter emanated from the fetus's belly, creating an even more terrifying atmosphere in the early morning. The wife smashed the girl's body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. At this moment, she seemed to have just experienced a dream. She didn't know what happened. When she saw the broken body, she was startled and scared. Are not. Who did this? From that womb, the immature voice of a baby came out. Mom killed her. Mom killed her. Not believing her eyes, the wife screamed in the deep forest. She had never been in charge of slaughtering meat before, but had never directly killed anyone. This time, she personally killed a poor girl. This shock was too great for her. Miss. The spirit of the demon fetus in the mother's womb, as if it saw its mother's decline, continued to speak. Mom, please eat her. I want to eat human flesh. Mom, please eat. Hypnotized again, the wife drifted in and out of consciousness. Her eyes, red and dull from crying, were now wide open, and she stuck out her tongue wet with saliva and lust like a yiksha. She picked up the bone and licked it a few times. Drops of blood dotted the human bone. The fetus laughed happily, forcing the mother to lick the flesh and blood clean and then chew each piece of meat deliciously. The cackling laughter of the demonic fetus echoed throughout the forest, alarming the birds in the distance. The wind hissed with a chilling sound, and the vague image of the mother in the morning dew was chewing with her mouth open. Meat, blood flowing down to fill the mouth, hair fluttering like a female devil, eating and complimenting how delicious it was until morning and the eastern sunlight began to shine. In the hungry ghost cave, he slept soundly and woke up without seeing his wife. He was angry and screamed in terror, causing the cave to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. The cave suddenly let out a few sounds of smoke. Dust filled the entire cave. Knowing that it was the hungry ghost, the demon king was angry, so he stopped his rage, went straight into the cave, pulled out a few corpses and left them on the ground. Each piece of meat melted like hot wax and then disappeared, without going underground. But disappeared into nothingness. After offering to the devil, he carried the machete and walked out of the cave. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, the birds flew away in panic. He took the machete and slashed wildly and ran to find his wife. At that time, under a tree at the edge of the forest on the way out of Suong Hill, the wife was sleeping on the blood from last night, lying with her belly exposed on a rock. The pregnant belly became bigger and bigger and it began to move. Suddenly, a car was passing by the area of Suong Hill and the road was blocked by a very large tree. They stopped the car, got out of the car, rested, and called a rescue team. Hello. Rescue team, right? Yes. What do you need? Please come to Suong Hill to help us. There is a large tree blocking the road. Suddenly their welcoming attitude turned to fear and anxiety. Tut tut tut. Hang up. Hello. Hello. My younger brother who was traveling with me felt upset. Ha. This rescue team is really. Don't they know we are police? We had to disguise ourselves to go to the neighboring village to investigate the recent rampant robberies. They killed people in extremely brutal ways and acted very carefully. Let's get out of the car and find a place to rest. Go. Yes, brother. In the car were two young policemen. They got out of the car and took a walk, only to discover their wife sleeping in a horrible state, covered in blood. Hey, what are you doing? Is she okay, brother? It's okay. Let's get her in the car. The two brought the wife into the car. The wife still didn't know anything, so they helped her lean on the chair. She was pregnant but lying in a pool of blood. Could it be that she had a miscarriage last night? She's probably injured. Let's wait for her to wake up and ask later. Seriously, where did she find such a beautiful girl in the middle of these pristine mountains and forests? Do you think she is a demon girl in the forest? Demon girls often appear in beautiful forms. Haha, stop it. You're so funny. I do have it. The two talked to each other, laughing and talking so loudly that the wife also woke up. Where is this? Look, the girl has woken up. Who are you two? Well, we are the scene. The older brother then stepped on his younger brother's foot to stop him and then intervened. Well, we are two brothers going on a trip. In the middle of the road, this tree blocked our way, so we delayed and had to stop here. What about you? Where did you come from? The wife looked up and down at the two policemen, then smiled brightly and answered. My house is in Suong Hill. Huh. I heard a rumor that 6 months ago, a village in this area had a fire during a ceremony. Are you the only one left? At this moment, remembering, the wife burst into tears. It can also be said like that. At this time, the younger brother walked closer to the two people. I'm Sang, this is my brother Trong. Hello Sang Trong brothers. Ha ha. Ah, just now I found you lying in a pool of blood. What happened? Nothing. After saying that, the wife tried to climb out of the car, but two people stopped her. Wait. She is still very weak. Are not. I'm healthy now. I want to go home. Can I go home to rest tonight? Ah. Well. Is it not possible? Or is she alone so she's shy? Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. That's fine. The wife then got out of the car. The two guys put their suitcases on their shoulders and went with the girl to Suong Hill. Unbeknownst to the two brothers, they were going deep into death. While walking for a while, the wife suddenly stopped. Wait. What's up? The wife hesitated, making the two of them even more confused. What's wrong with you? Are not. I just feel a little tired, let's go this way to get to my house. At that time, the younger brother began to doubt this girl, so he leaned close to his older brother's ear and spoke. Hey bro. I have a bad feeling. There's something very strange about this girl. Are you talking strangely? Where is she strange? Why can a pregnant person walk so fast? She doesn't feel heavy at all but walks very leisurely. The wife seemed to hear their conversation, so she interrupted it by urging her to go quickly. The two brothers had to follow the strange girl. The deeper they went inside, the more the sunlight was hidden behind the dense trees. The air here was cold even though it was still sunny. While walking for a while, the wife saw her husband running from afar looking for her. He was very angry. The startled wife told the two brothers to hide. Even though they didn't know what was happening, they did so. He had a sharp machete in his hand, cutting trees and grass wherever he went, suddenly stopping to take a few breaths as if he caught the scent of a human being, a stranger. Grr. Grr. Oh my. What's that loud sound? Like the sound of a tiger. At first, the wife intended to take them back to the cave to sacrifice them alive to the hungry ghosts, but she still had some humanity left. Thinking back, she saw that they were good people, so she wanted to save them. The wife then stood up to take a look. Suddenly, the angles from his and her sides were connected, so as soon as they stood up, they both saw each other. He screamed again and ran back to the wife. She was startled and grabbed their hands. The guy ran away. Run quickly. When he saw his wife leading the two boys, he became even more angry, so he carried his machete and screamed in terror throughout the forest. Growling. Thanks to the wife's guidance, thanks to the wife who knew her way around, they ran far away from him and reached a stone cave. Looking ahead and looking back, he was nowhere to be seen, so the three of them ran straight in. Cave. At this time, It was raining heavily and accompanied by terrifying winds, forcing him to stop his hunt and return home empty-handed, without a wife, and even without anyone to feed him. In the dark cave, the two guys regained their composure and asked her, "Who is he?" At this point, the wife didn't want to hide it anymore, so she told them everything, making both brothers feel pity. The younger brother couldn't bear it anymore, so he told them, "Please follow us. Stay away from that evil. Leave this hell on earth." The older brother heard that and nodded. "Right. I will get you out of here. We will go far." Hearing that, the wife was both happy and worried, so she hugged him and cried, "Thank you. But I have nothing left. I had to endure it. After all, I was still carrying a drop of his blood in my body." The guy also hugged the girl in his arms. Seeing that, his younger brother tried to go somewhere else. They stayed in the cave. The thunderstorm outside made the air even colder. The wife lay in her brother's arms. For the first time she felt the warmth of a man, even though she and he were half human. That ghost had been together, but compared to this warmth, it was truly a balm to soothe her pain of loss. They stayed in the cave until it got dark without even realizing it, the sound of the wind whistling and the rain pouring down. Water poured down like crazy. Outside the cave were dense bushes. While sleeping soundly, his younger brother suddenly sat up. Turns out he wanted to go to the bathroom, so he gently walked out the cave entrance. He went to a tree. Ironically, the guy was already hiding in the bushes nearby. It turned out that the demon husband knew they were hiding in this cave. The painful scream of his younger brother startled the two people in the cave awake. "What's going on?" "This is my brother's voice." The wife didn't say a word. Someone's head fell into the cave next to the two people sitting there. The older brother opened the phone to use as a light and was horrified. It was his younger brother's head. Or not. A scream shocked the whole cave as if there was an earthquake. The cliffs slowly cracked in a terrifying way. The quick-thinking wife grabbed his hand and ran out of the mouth of the cave, but as soon as he ran out, his arm was cut off and he fell, causing the two of them to separate and fall. The wife was startled as she was holding one arm. The bloody man quickly let go. It was so painful he fell down. Kneeling down, the man with one hand holding a bloody iron machete approached the policeman. At this time, he and the man both had one hand, no more and no less. Even though he was strong, he couldn't compare to this demon. He turned him upside down, making him extremely scared. "No, no." The man laughed horribly, then screamed in victory and put his foot out to jump on his chest, stomping on it, crushing his bones and blood, splattering everywhere on the face of his wife sitting next to him. A scream like a grim reaper swung a scythe and ended the lives of the two boys. Then he grabbed the wife's head and her body and brought it back to clean up the battlefield. Sitting in the car waiting in the afternoon, the two of them fell asleep without realizing it. The police officer was startled when the car parked on the street moved as if someone was pushing it. "Who is that?" Having said that, she woke up the male police officer sitting next to her, so the two of them witnessed a horrifying scene. The car was being pushed higher and higher, extremely scared. "What? What happened?" "Hey bro. Why was the car lifted so high?" The two people did not understand what happened when the car overturned and broke the glass. Asian. Broken glass was scattered all over the street, but someone stepped on it very leisurely and suddenly a hand reached through the door, grabbed the policeman's head and pulled him out, making her panic but did not dare to scream. Could see through the broken glass door, a man with one hand, holding a bloody red machete. She guessed that his colleague had been killed by him, so she tried to cover her mouth, luckily she was killed. Hidden behind rows of chairs and large suitcases so he couldn't see him, he pulled the policeman out and dragged him on the road, blood flowing along his path. He dragged him all the way into the forest. Waiting until she lost sight of him behind the trees, it was a long time before she dared to get out of the car and run out. She didn't know where to go, so she took out her phone, because the impact was so strong that it damaged the phone. The phone was turned off. She kept opening it, but it didn't turn on. Now she was at the border of two villages. On the left was the road to the foggy hill, on the right was the road leading to the hunter's village. She decided to run into the village. Hunter to seek help from the people, but before reaching the village he had to pass through a forbidden forest. This forest had many wild animals for skilled hunters. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she was so scared that she used all her strength and the remaining strength to run headlong into the forbidden forest. Just running into the forbidden forest for a while, she heard terrifying roars from many directions. She felt like she was experiencing a life of survival in the jungle. There were many sounds of wild animals and tigers, like hell. In the green forest, she was so scared that she tried to run away with her head in her hands, but she tripped and hit her face on the grass. She was hungry, thirsty, and scared. She felt like she was about to die. If she died unfairly here, she wouldn't get anything. She had to try to find something to eat. She was starving, lying on the grass, no longer had the strength to run away. At this moment, she saw a very fat mother deer. She was about to do her best to eat the deer meat, but she looked back and saw the mother deer giving her a piece of meat. The children were drinking milk, so she remembered the old days. Her father was a forest man. He often brought deer milk. Heard that deer milk was very expensive, but drinking it was very healthy. So she slowly crawled closer, but before she could. What to do when the mother deer and her children are running around? She tried to continue walking, and when she got a little further, she saw that the baby deer's body seemed to be very new because it did not have the smell of a corpse. The blood was still very fresh and stuck with an arrow. Perhaps it had just died. She then came up with the idea that she would disguise herself as a baby deer and sneak into the group of nursing deer to milk her. Thinking of doing it, she tried to run with her baby deer's body and found the herd from before. She gently and gingerly crawled away like a real deer. The mother deer did not react, so she milked and drank the milk. Suddenly, while she was milking, the herd of deer ran away in panic. She was too weak, so the baby deer ran and crashed into her, causing her to fall face down. When she tried to sit up, the bushes in front of her rustled. She panicked and thought she had encountered a wild animal. Running away but forgetting to take off the deer's coat, suddenly there was a scream. "Is there a deer over there? Quickly catch it." She was startled and turned out to be a hunter in the area. They thought she was a deer, so they pulled out an arrow and she stood up. "Do not shoot. I am human." When the hunters heard that, they put down their bows and ran back. "Why did you do that?" "I almost died unjustly." She was about to explain, but she was so exhausted that she fainted, so they had to take her back to the village. While running away in the deep forest, the sound of a tiger's cry echoed everywhere, making the policewoman extremely scared. Suddenly, a strange man with one arm jumped down in front of her. She was so scared that she backed away when he raised a machete. She screamed frantically, "Asian!" It turned out to be just a dream. She dreamed of screaming loudly on the village bed. At this time a woman approached her and said, "She has woken up." What did the girl dream about that made her scream so loudly? The poor police officer woke up, but her mind was still in a daze. Suddenly she discovered she was in a strange village surrounded by many people, making her panic. Are not. Poor thing, maybe she was too haunted by what happened just now. It was late afternoon, she fell asleep until dark. The village started to light a fire. An elderly woman took a cake and invited her to eat it. Because she was hungry and thirsty from early on, she ate it to make the villagers laugh and joke. Does the girl eat well? I'm happy to be able to eat and sleep. At this time, a man came before her. He turned out to be a hunter and was also the one who brought her back to the village. You still didn't have time to explain to me at noon, can you tell me now? The police officer remembered and told the villagers all about the story of the mysterious one-armed demon-faced murderer in Suong Hill. After hearing it, everyone was scared. At the mention of Du Hill, one person burst into tears. The police officer saw that, so I asked, "Why are you crying?" "I'm not hiding anything, I'm from Suong Hill. That year I left my family to work in a neighboring village. When I returned, I found out that the village had burned to the ground. My parents had died in that fire. Who? No one survived. People concluded that the fire was caused by the village getting drunk and burning itself. I don't think so. I think someone plotted to do this. Don't be sad anymore, just be strong. I think your relatives somewhere in the sky are definitely watching your every step. Thank you for comforting me, but I still want to find out who has raped my conscience so much. I will kill him to avenge the village. We have to make a plan first, so we can catch him." "You mean the murderer who killed my village?" "I think so, because why did everyone die but he alone survived?" The hunter then intervened. "You guys should stay and rest to regain your strength. Leave the task of catching the murderer to us brothers. My group is also 7 people. As long as we work together, we will definitely succeed. Please remember to be careful. This guy is very strong and dangerous. I wonder what happens to my 2 colleagues now. I'm afraid they're dead. Don't worry, we will leave early tomorrow morning, but for now let's rest." "Yes." At this time, the villagers light a campfire and grill meat to eat like a festival. Every night, life here is very harmonious and happy. In the middle of that crowd, there was a girl who wasn't having fun with anyone. The police officer saw that, so she came closer and gave her a skewer of meat. "Why don't you eat? Why don't you go out there and play with the village?" "Thank you. I miss my village so much. I miss how tragically my relatives died. Don't be sad anymore. There will come a time when you will be compensated." "How?" "Causal law." "Are you a police officer?" "Yes, that's right. Let me teach you martial arts." She wants to be strong enough to avenge the villagers. "This. Please. I bow to you. Please help me." "Yes." "Okay." So that night, in the bustling village of dancing and fun, there was a private corner where 2 sisters practiced martial arts together, waiting for the day to avenge the village. That night, the 2 sisters didn't want to sleep. If they couldn't sleep, they got together. Practice. This girl is very talented, just practicing a few martial arts moves and she has mastered every step. The next morning, a young man passed by the road leading to Suong Hill. This road was the boundary between Suong Hill and the hunter village. In the morning here, the mist here was indeed very beautiful, like a fairy scene. The sun carried a flute as he walked and whistled throughout the forest in Suong Hill. He was still walking alone on that deserted road, whistling in love with life, when suddenly he heard a rustling sound like someone was stepping on dry leaves. step by step gingerly but still making a sound. His ears were very confused. Hearing, he turned around and heard the rustling sound getting faster and faster as if running. Suddenly, a noose was thrown around his neck, pulling him face down onto the street. Asian. The one-armed, half-human, half-ghost man appeared, still holding the familiar machete, opening his red mouth as if filled with blood and rushing forward screaming. The young man was suffocated by the rope. Suddenly, from the bushes of the nearby forest, 7 hunters who had been waiting for a long time simultaneously shot 7 arrows at the monster. Catch it. It turned out that the young man was the bait to lure the monster, but when 7 arrows were pinned to his back, he did not let go. He screamed loudly and pulled the rope to strangle the young man, dragging him all the way to the hill. Due to their surprise. Ah! Help me! Chase quickly! Be careful of losing track. 7 hunters frantically ran out of the bushes to chase. Suddenly a person wearing a black scarf fell down on the road. Oh my God! Are you okay? Hurry up! This person did not say a word, sat up quickly to run after the remaining 6 hunters. At that time in Suong Hill, the young man was dragged along the ground by the man. His body was scratched and blood oozed out from other wounds. He was strangled to the point that his eyes turned white and his tongue stuck out with no strength left. It was very painful. Behind this murderous monster's back were 7 arrows, so he was in extreme pain. His black blood spilled to the ground and mixed with his own. He was injured so he couldn't run very fast, but those hunters were not his opponents. Up until now, they still couldn't be seen. Could it be that he had lost sight of the young man's sacrifice? Is this meaningless? In another situation, quite a distance away from him, 6 hunters stopped because the sharp barbed wire stuck painfully into their flesh, and another person ran towards him when the leading hunter shouted, "Go up! Don't come here! There's a trap!" The 7th person was extremely scared and stopped, struggling to help each person. The group leader sighed. "It's not over yet. I'm afraid I've really lost track of it this late." When they finally got it out, they had to work very hard to remove the sharp iron hooks like fish hooks. Is everyone okay? We must rush after it. Otherwise, my son's sacrifice for him would have been in vain. What should we do, Commander? Really lost track. Impossible. One person bled too much and collapsed unconscious, leaving the remaining group with only 6 people. When the monster returned to the cave entrance, he sat down and tried his best to pull out 7 arrows and throw them on the ground. Poor young man died so painfully. The guy laughed, then grabbed his head and dragged him into the cave. Before he could reach the mouth of the cave, 6 arrows continued to shoot sweetly into his back. Jeez! He was in so much pain that he threw the young man's body to the ground. 6 arrows continued to shoot. The man quickly tumbled into the cave, then carried a stone to block the door, leaving the body outside. It turned out that while struggling to know where to look, they were lucky enough to see blood stains on the grass and followed the blood stains to find them here. Seeing his son's body lying dead on the ground, his skin torn off, as a father, the commander cried and ran to hug his son's body. Oh my God! My son! Hoo hoo hoo! Angry and resentful of him, the hunter commander screamed wildly. Oh my God! I will kill you! Having said that, he ran to the mouth of the cave and tried to push the rock out but could not. All of you! Quickly join me in destroying the cave entrance. Capture monsters alive. Obey. The 6 people tried to push but to no avail. One of the group took out a hammer and started hitting the rock. The first blow was so strong that it made the cave vibrate like an earthquake, followed by another blow that shook more violently. Suddenly a small hole appeared, a person happily approached and peered inside to observe. "See anything?" "Are not." Inside the dark cave. Suddenly an arrow hit him hard in the eye, causing him to scream in pain. "Ah! That's hurt." Blood flowed from his eyes down the rock in a very scary way. The cave continued to shake violently, so the 5 people had to back away while he was stuck to the rock at the cave entrance. Although it was very miserable, no one could move. "Can be saved. Rescue. Help me." The cave door opened, but he seemed to be stuck to the rock. A stream of black smoke poured out from the cave, covering him. The smoke was blinding, causing the remaining 5 people to run out in shock. When the smoke cleared, he was stuck in the rock and had become a dry skeleton. "Asian. You. Run quickly." 5 people ran out in panic, but one person couldn't keep up and was sucked into the air by some invisible force, then flew into the cave, emitting black smoke, and in an instant became a dry skeleton falling to the ground. The 4 people were lucky to escape, running all the way to the forest, but the man grabbed a machete and ran out to chase them because he knew they were afraid of him. The 4 of them went out to the forest and were extremely scared when they bumped into the bleeding hunter who had stumbled. They shook him awake and ran quickly when he appeared right in front of all 5 of them. "Asian. Stop it." He held a machete and ran to slash it, causing 5 people to run and dodge and almost die. Suddenly, one of the group had martial arts skills, so he picked up a piece of tree to fight back, but the machete was too sharp and it cut the wooden tree horizontally. They were so scared, they ran all over the forest. He screamed, shocking the whole world. This time it was time for him to use demon magic. As soon as he screamed, the forest trees were immediately uprooted and fell down, blocking the exit. It was as if they were being driven into a devil's den, so they were even more scared. Now they remembered that they still had hunting guns, so they took out a shot. The man quickly flew to the top of the tree to avoid a series of guns fired directly at them. Of the 5 people, only 4 had guns, and the remaining one was a hooded hunter who had run away and arrived in front of his cave. As soon as he ran to the entrance of the cave, the hooded hunter was extremely scared when his wife stood in front of the door holding a sickle and sticking out her tongue, very scary. It seemed like she had given birth, so now that heavy pregnant belly was no longer visible. She covered her face and ran forward, threw the sickle across the hunter's neck and dodged in time. "Who is she?" The wife then screamed. "If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I won't hold back. I'm not going. I must avenge the village." The wife rushed towards the hunter holding a knife and was about to stab her, but the hunter knew martial arts, so he was able to easily dodge. The wife was so angry that she pulled out the iron chain from her body and threw it at the hunter, wanting to wrap it around her. In fact, each time the chain was thrown like a whip, the hunter couldn't dodge in time, so his legs were pulled tightly to the ground. "Ah!" The wife rushed to strangle the hunter, then the hunter grabbed the mask and pulled it off. In a sudden reflex, both of them were startled when they saw each other's faces. It turned out that the 7th hunter was the girl who wanted to avenge the village. So she disguised herself to participate in this war. When she saw his wife's face, she was extremely shocked. "Sister." In the forest, he was chasing the hunters with fatal slashes. The commander and the remaining 4 people spread out in 4 directions to meet at the village. He didn't know who to chase, so he hesitated for a moment. Then run in one direction. At that time, at the Hungry Ghost's cave, the wife was extremely shocked when her younger sister, far from home, seemed to have been lost forever, but unexpectedly, today she was in front of her. The two sisters hugged each other and sobbed. Then she told her sister the whole story. She loved him and hated him. As expected, he was the one who murdered the villagers. She was determined to take revenge. It turned out that the two of them were fighting just now because their wife had just given birth. Unstable, I thought someone was coming to harm my child, so I stood in front of the cave mouth to protect my child. The hungry ghost cave had a very strange sound. Smoke began to erupt from the cave with a terrifying hissing sound. Asian. What is that, sister? Quickly lie down. The wife pulled her sister down, smoke rushed out, and told her sister. You must not let that smoke touch your body. It is the breath of the hungry ghost king, who is his father. Just being hit once will cause his bones to break. Oh my God! So how can we escape this smoke? The wife took and gave her younger sister a bottle of black blood crawling with maggots. Before opening the lid, it smelled disgusting. Poisonous devil's blood, this will make the hungry ghost unable to recognize the smell of humans, so when drinking it, the hungry ghost will think that his descendants will not spit out toxic fumes. However, within 7 days of drinking this blood, do not drink this blood. Eat nothing, otherwise the ghost's blood will no longer be effective. After 7 days, you will be free to walk back and forth in this cave. This cave is the body of a hungry ghost, so all the ghost's ears and eyes are here. You. How do you know these things? The wife gave 2 more books and said, I read in this book, it writes and records everything about demons. This book is written about hungry ghosts. This book is written about the hungry ghost's blood child, a child with demon blood. You take it. Hurry. Please quickly take it and give it to everyone, hoping we will be reunited. The younger sister listened to her sister, picked up the vial of demon blood, covered her nose, took a sip, then hugged 2 books and the vial of blood and brought it back. The wife then showed her a safe and quick shortcut to the main road. Do you see the dry forest over there? Go straight in there, and keep absolutely quiet until you get out onto the main road. Having said that, the 2 sisters said goodbye. The younger girl followed the path her sister showed her and went all the way into the forest with dry, leafless trees. As soon as she entered the forest, she felt like someone was watching her. She began to feel like she was surviving, hungry, thirsty, and extremely cold. Many times she was about to collapse. She walked slowly. Slowly because she was afraid there was a trap, but there really wasn't one. Halfway down the road, she stepped on a thorn and almost screamed in pain, but she remembered what her sister told her. Must keep quiet. Just keep going until you see a way out. 3 hours passed, the forest became more and more sparse and the big road appeared before her eyes. She happily ran out and saw the 2 hunters in the life and death battle earlier along with the group leader. Where is the girl going? Yes, I'm going to find you. But why don't you come back and why are you here? My father is waiting for another person. He distracted the ghost and still hasn't returned. Oh no. Perhaps he became prey to hungry ghosts. Not nonsense. At this time, a loud explosion echoed from inside the forest. Not knowing what happened, all 4 people were startled and scared. The sky turned to dark rain and the wind blew strongly, causing thick smoke and dust to flow out, so they had to return. Return together, not knowing whether their comrades would live or die, the commander had to give the order to retreat. In the hungry ghost cave, it was extremely cold at this time. In the storm, he dragged the body of a hunter back. So another person died on this hill. It was late at night, it was still raining heavily. That night the couple shared the meat to eat but forgot to sacrifice it to the hungry ghost, so the hungry ghost became angry, the cave shook violently, huge rocks flew into the barrier. The cave was dark and the entire cave was completely stripped of oxygen, making both husband and wife extremely suffocated. She remembered her newly born child, so she took it out and brought it to the mouth of the cave to protect. I gave birth to your grandchild. Then, please stop your anger. Otherwise we will all die. You will also have no one to follow. You will also die. Seeing the baby with a horrible face, the hungry ghost believed that it was a child of demon blood, so he stopped being angry. The cave began to be filled with oxygen, the cave door opened, the couple was tired and fell unconscious, forgetting to put the baby in the cave, so it crawled and crawled out of the cave, no one knew. Until it was dawn. While he was sleeping soundly, his wife was hit with her head and her head fell to the ground. Asian. He glared angrily and grabbed her hair. She didn't know what happened, maybe he already knew something. Let me go. Where are you taking me? Release. He grabbed his wife's head and dragged him into the cave where he kept 2 demon books. He pointed at the empty rock and screamed angrily. Then he grabbed his wife's head and dragged him into the cave next to where his baby was, but he couldn't find the baby. Where, both she and the guy were extremely shocked. The guy screamed so crazy that the cave seemed like it was about to collapse, making the wife extremely scared. Rocks fell in waves like rain and then chased the wife out of the cave with anger. It was so big, the wife was lucky that she fell on the grass, so she wasn't seriously injured. She was in so much pain that she lost consciousness. In that rage, he screamed and knocked down a series of forest trees. At this time in the village, everyone gathered around the girl and looked at the demon book. Losing this book would be like a snake losing its head. Everything related to demons was carefully recorded, how to seal it. Demons, how to cover the eyes of demons, weaknesses of demons. Everyone was struggling to read the demon books brought by the girl, when at this time someone ran to tell the news. Everybody. The families of the hunters who died that day are on their way to Suong Hill to take revenge. Oh my God! They also took away the structure map of the Mist Hill. The structure map of Suong Hill was just completed last night and drawn by the commander himself. Unexpectedly, this morning, the relatives of the hunters who died that day died because they were eager to take revenge on that demon. But go to your own death. The girl told the commander. Uncle. The vial of demon blood is still here. That means they are in even more danger. If they don't use this, if they get to the mouth of the cave they won't be able to enter, they will die. It's dangerous. We don't have a specific plan yet, what should we do? The police officer then stood up from the bed where she had finished recovering and told them. I have a plan. We need more police force. That right. You are a police officer. So police, please help us. But someone must take me to the police station. I have no means of transportation to go now. The commander heard that and said, Let me take you away. Yes. So let's go now before we're late. On the way, I'll tell you the plan later. That's okay. Let's go. So the 2 of us were on our way to the police station in an old Honda. From here, the battle with the devil officially began. After the 2 of them were on their way to the police station, a large group of people in Suong Hill wanted to avenge the hunters who died in the incident that day. They followed the map and headed towards the hungry ghost's cave. Hey murderer! If you're good, come out here. Today we will demand justice. The door of the hungry ghost cave was now closed with a large rock. Hearing people's screams, the rock automatically opened. Inside the cave, it was extremely dark and you couldn't see anything. Seeing that, a person stepped forward and shouted, "That monster! Come out here quickly! Quickly pay for your life! If you don't come out, we will burn this cave." As soon as he finished speaking, a knife was stuck right in the middle of his forehead and he collapsed and died in front of everyone. Extremely frightened, they took the body of that person to a nearby tree. "Let's fight to the death today." One person pulled out a knife, backed away, and threw it hard into the cave, but there was still no movement. Extremely angry, everyone volunteered to run up and try to throw explosives into the cave, but when they raised their hands to throw, suddenly their hands became stiff and could not move. A strong wind blew them up and down. At this time, there was a hissing sound in the hungry ghost cave. Red smoke poured out like mist. From within the smoke a strange man holding an iron machete in one hand stepped out and ran quickly swinging the machete. 5 people died, their bodies fell down, blood poured out and seeped into the ground. Asian. Grr. He held a machete and slashed at them. They promptly pulled out their weapons to block the attack. Each of his slashes was extremely strong. With such force, one hit would crush him to pieces. One group fought with him, one group entered the cave. Before they could reach the door, the hungry ghost cave spewed smoke, and in a moment they all became dry skeletons, scaring the remaining group. One person was so shocked that he kept looking at those skeletons, so he let his guard down and slashed his arm into the bushes. Ah! The wife heard the screams and quickly ran out of the cave. As soon as she ran out of the cave, she was captured by another group of people. "Let me go! Let me go! Arrest her! Don't let her escape!" The husband, who was fighting with a group of other people, heard his wife scream and turned to her. The quick-thinking villager stabbed him in the back with a deep knife. He backed away and fell to the ground, not seeing any blood. He gently pulled out the knife and discovered it was bent. Throwing all the weapons at it still had no effect. One person in the group rushed up to fight him hand to hand. He hit him hard and continuously in the chest, but he was as unharmed as if he was dusting off the dust. He immediately retaliated. He slapped him in the face with such force that he was thrown and hit his head. "Grass. It's so strong. Withdraw. Go catch her." The wife was so scared she shouted, "Len. Let go. Let me out. Asian." He saw his wife being taken away and was extremely angry. He grabbed a machete and rushed forward. Suddenly, a line of explosives exploded, creating a cloud of sand and dust. He somersaulted in the air to avoid it. It turned out that the villagers sent someone to rescue them. They were forced to release the girl and return. The guy did not let go. He sat up and tried to chase them. The villagers threw more explosives to block his way. The guy was weak, so he somersaulted a few times and then backed away. Finally, they succeeded. They escaped the scary forest and there were only 5 people left. Why are you guys so foolish? If we hadn't arrived in time, you probably would have died by that guy's hands right now. Because we are eager to avenge you. Then he will pay the price. We must have a careful plan, then we can defeat the hungry ghost and him. The scene just now was extremely chaotic, no different from wartime. On the way back, they discovered a baby crawling on the ground. They were extremely scared when they saw this baby crawling very fast. Who would leave this baby like that? Wait. Why is it crawling so fast? Whose child is this? A curious person approached and discovered that the baby's face was very scary, not that of a human. Asian. This baby. The child heard the scream and turned around, making them extremely shocked. The child smiled a strange, brittle smile that made his skin crawl. Suddenly, the sunny sky turned dark and leaves fell to the ground, one person in the group said. Let's leave this place quickly. I think something bad is about to happen, that's why the surrounding trees are dying like that. Let's go. What about the baby? You carry it. Then one person bent down and picked up the baby. Strangely, it had all the teeth, and the teeth were extremely sharp, making the person tremble and pass it to the person next to him. Stop. I won't carry it. You carry it away. You rabbit. It's just a baby. They remained silent and continued walking. After walking for a while, someone suddenly shouted. Hey, I feel like the girl living with him is very familiar, like I've seen her somewhere. Yes, Nee, I just noticed what you said, it's really familiar. On the way back to the village, they kept talking about everything from the girl in the cave to the demon-faced baby. Late afternoon, the police officer and the commander arrived at the police station and invited a team of police. Among them, there was a young detective, her cousin, who also wanted to follow, but she said no. We're not. This war is very dangerous. I do not want. You don't want me to die because of him? You can't do that. We are police, responsibility is paramount, not afraid of danger. Are you only worried about me and not the other teammates? Are not. That's not what I mean. I think only we can solve this problem. I've been to the Misty Hill, and heard many stories about that hill. Now I also want to reveal the truth, is what everyone is always saying, true or not? Hearing her cousin say so, the police officer had to stay silent and then reluctantly agreed. That is enough. You can go now. Wait for me to get the car. Do not need. I will go back to the village with him. So you're going alone? Okay, then see you again at Suong Hill. That very day, they departed for the hunter village, and the young inspector also arranged his work and set off with the car to Suong Hill. At that time, in the hunter village, the people who returned from the recent battle were extremely exhausted and tired. People were lying spread out on bamboo beds. The girl was now holding a map of the structure of the Misty Hill and looking towards the forest. Hey, sister. Please wait for me. Then we will be reunited, policewoman. I can't wait for you to return to discuss a plan to help the village eliminate hungry ghosts, so that our village's life will be as peaceful as before. The young inspector was on his way to the hunter village, so he was forced to pass by Suong Hill, the deadly hill of Bamboo Village. The car was passing along the boundary road between the two villages of Hunter Village and Bamboo Village when suddenly the wheel caught on barbed wire scattered on the road, causing the car to brake suddenly and puncture the tire. The inspector was startled and got out of the car to check and discovered a total of 7 sharp iron spikes and blood stains on his nose. Weird. Why does barbed wire have blood stains like this? As an inspector in the industry, he carefully used gloves to pick up the barbed wire and put it in a plastic bag to bring back for investigation. After picking up 5 barbed wire, he heard the screams of a male and female couple from afar. Help me! The inspector reacted immediately and took out his gun and hid in the nearby bushes to see what was going on, only to discover that the man with blood-stained hair had only one hand and was very strong, dragging the girl's hand up the hill. leaving a bloody male body lying around below. This was the first time the young detective saw such a strange person. He still couldn't see his face because his hair covered it. He waited for him to drag the unconscious girl into Suong Hill before coming out and walking towards him. Near the young man's body, luckily even though his whole body was covered in blood, he was not dead, just barely breathing. He saw that he had met a police inspector, so he tried to get up, using his last breath to speak. Earnestly. Please. Save my wife. She is pregnant. Due to losing too much blood, he suffered a nervous breakdown, his head jerked up and down non-stop, then he choked and vomited out a pool of blood and died, his eyes wet with tears of pain. The inspector looked at him dead and felt sorry for him, so he took out his gun and chased him, but it was probably too late. He dragged the girl who had been unconscious for a long time, walked to a row of dry trees, stopped, took a few breaths and then threw the girl at the base of the tree. The young inspector was now lost. He struggled to find that his phone had lost signal. There were only dense forests on all four sides. He felt scared because at this time it had turned to rain, so Suong Hill was dark and cold. Suddenly, the birds on the nearby treetops also flew out of their nests and chirped. Some of them flew into the sky and scattered like they sensed something very bad and unusual happening in the hills. Suddenly a bird chirping echoed, a bird fell from the sky to the ground and then burst its stomach and died. One by one, each bird fell. The inspector did not understand what was happening, so he reached out his hand to catch it. A bird. At this moment he looked closely at the birds with white feathers, not understanding why they fell from the sky at the same time. His eyes widened, he reached out his hand to catch 3 still alive birds. Holding 3 big birds in both hands, he went looking for a place to rest because he was lost, and if it rained he wouldn't know where to take shelter. Running away in confusion, many birds fell from the sky and died. At this time, he discovered another person lying near a tree. After getting closer, he realized that this person was the girl who had been murdered. The guy with the long hair dragged her earlier. It turns out he couldn't go far. The girl was unconscious and lying here waiting to die, and he didn't know where he went. He quickly placed 3 birds on the grass and then helped the girl sit up. Miss, you wake up. The girl was still very weak. He had to shake her many times to wake up. She was too scared and fainted, but there were no injuries on her body. At this time, behind the row of trees, the inspector was startled and saw her face clearly. The murderer's face was half human, half ghost, with a very strange mutation. Seeing that he was carrying the head of the young man down the hill, who was the husband of the girl, in the hands of the inspector, it turned out that he was too greedy, so he turned away. Took the body again. The greed was deep. As soon as he got the husband's body, the wife also escaped. Seeing him pass by, the inspector took the girl to the foot of a big tree and sat there, covering her mouth, and he knew it himself. You have to keep quiet when you're on this hill to survive. At this time, the 3 birds started chirping a few times. The inspector was afraid that he would be discovered, so he tried to run to leave it for the night, but he couldn't because of him. I stopped behind the tree where they were sheltering. The guy looked back and forth. The detective's heart was pounding non-stop. At another event in the Hunter village, the police officer was very worried. She couldn't sit still. It was almost noon and still didn't see the inspector coming. How strange. Why hasn't he come yet? How could I have lost my way? Or maybe something happened. At this time, the hunter in the village told her. Or try calling him. If you get lost, we will come pick you up. She obeyed, so she took out her phone and called but couldn't reach her. She called 3 times in a row but still couldn't get through. She got even more scared. When she made the 4th call, it started ringing. It wasn't right. At that moment, the inspector's phone had a stable signal, so while he was sitting under a tree to keep quiet, the phone rang loudly. The detective was startled and tried to get the phone out of his pocket. "Take out your pocket and throw it into the bushes far away to distract him." Sure enough, as expected, the guy frantically ran after the phone to the bushes in the distance. He took the girl with him, holding 3 birds in his arms. The inspector and the girl took off their shoes and left them behind, both of them. Go barefoot so as not to make any noise and then run away. He frantically ran into the bushes. The phone was still ringing with the ringtone, lying on the dry grass. He picked it up and accidentally touched the screen and picked up the phone. The police officer on the other end of the line thought the police officer had picked up the phone, so she was happy. "Hello. Where are you going if you haven't reached the village yet? Do you know how much I and everyone care about you? Grr. Grr. Are not. Are not." The police officer panicked and the killer's growl was unmistakable. He smashed the phone because he knew he had been tricked. His screams of terror echoed throughout the forest, reaching the cliff where the inspector and the girl were hiding. The scream was as loud as thunder, shocking the entire forest in Suong Hill. The inspector took the girl into the cave. The cave was extremely dark. He placed the 3 birds on the rock. The girl had regained her composure. Both of them and the 3 birds resided in the cave. It started to rain. In another incident, the police officer and some people were worried about the young detective, so they were on their way to the misty hill. The hill was now very silent, a terrifying silence, as if there was no life left. At night, the inside of the cave was extremely cold. Outside it was raining heavily. In the cave, the inspector and the girl sat next to each other, shivering in fear. The place was truly quiet, so quiet that there was only one sound, small enough to startle them. At this time, he still did not let go of his prey, still groping in the rain, carrying his machete to search. Wherever he went, the trees withered and collapsed, his body emitting black smoke. Mysterious, there was no moon tonight, so he groped for a long time. He had to rely on his good nose to slowly find his way to find the inspector. On the other side, the policewoman led a few policemen along with the hunters in the village. The torchlight flickered. The leading policewoman shined her flashlight straight into Suong Hill. She saw a car. As soon as she looked, she saw it. I immediately realized that this was the car the inspector left behind. It's not okay. Just as I predicted, he went into Suong Hill. The police officer divided them into 2 groups. Group 1 stayed here to maintain the status quo with the car. The remaining group followed her into the hill. Now sitting huddled next to the young inspector, the girl suddenly trembled and said, "I'm so cold." The inspector was startled and didn't know what to do. He suddenly remembered 3 more birds. If they didn't do something, they wouldn't all die from hunger or from the cold. They were stuck inside the cave. It had stopped raining. They didn't know how to cope, didn't know what to do. The inspector felt his pants pocket swell. It turned out, he had brought a lighter because he had a habit of taking out a cigarette whenever he had free time. Next to it was a pack of cigarettes. Sigh, he tore it open, took all the cigarettes and put them in his pocket. There was fire but no wood, he told the girl. "I have a lighter here, but no wood. Please stay and be careful while I'm gone." "Okay. But it's been raining all this time. Where can I get dry firewood?" "Bad luck, depends on luck." "Ha ha. Be careful." After saying that, He gave the girl the lighter to hold, and I groped my way out of the cave. It was truly hell. There was no moon today, so the road was dark and scary. After groping around for a while, he accidentally found dry firewood. It was really strange. Why was it raining but the firewood was still dry? He was very confused, but fortunately the rain had stopped, so it was quite clear. After waking up a bit, gathering firewood, he returned to the cave, following the trail of half-burned cigarettes as a mark along the way back to the cave. As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, he saw a vague shadow of someone bending down and walking away. He thought it was a monster, so he was scared and quickly entered the cave. There is firewood. Where did you find it? That's not important, come on, give me the lighter. The inspector gathered firewood and built a small fire. He and the girl quickly reached out to warm themselves. He brought 3 birds and placed them next to them to warm up with the 2 of them. While the fire was warming up, he suddenly rushed straight into the cave, startling both of them. Jeez! Only then did the inspector clearly see his face. He was truly a monster. It turned out that the dry firewood from earlier was caused by the black smoke in his body, because he passed by their cave without knowing it. When he saw the fire in the cave, he rushed in. Honey. How? Calm. He and the girl promptly backed away from the cliff and dropped the phone. She quickly picked it up. He had time to grab 3 birds. The guy standing outside the cave entered slowly. He shouted loudly. Stop! The guy stopped. He and the girl picked up 2 sticks of firewood that were burning bright red. If you step forward, we burn you. The guy was still unharmed, still walking slowly towards them. How are you doing? He is not afraid of fire. The 2 of them were extremely confused. He stuck out his tongue and looked at them hungrily. The saliva in his mouth and tongue trickled down the length of the hole, interfering with the half-burning sticks of firewood, causing the fire to slowly extinguish and create a darkness. Covers the cave. The inspector told the girl. Now the cave is dark, we must try to escape. This is our chance. If anyone escapes from here, they must find help, okay? Agree. Suddenly the girl's phone lit up, making him see clearly the 2 of them, so he was about to rush over. At that moment, 3 birds suddenly flew towards him. They flew in a circle and started pecking at him. I cried. The 2 were startled because they knew the 3 birds wanted to repay their favor, and they knew the 3 birds were trying to block his way to let them escape. One flew and landed right in his eye. He had 1 arm, so it was difficult for him to escape. With great difficulty, he waved his machete wildly and slashed a bird that fell to the ground. Faced with that sacrifice, the 2 knew what they had to do, so they held hands and ran out of the cave. After running out of the cave, the girl and him ran with a phone flashlight halfway and stopped. He heard the chirping sound of a bird. He couldn't control it, so he wanted to go back and save it and then catch the guy. Take this phone and flashlight and run out. If you see someone, notify them immediately. And you? I will be okay. Hurry up, run away. The girl had to run as fast as she could, but unfortunately tripped and stepped on barbed wire on the road. Asian. Seeing that, the inspector took off his shirt, tore his shirt and bandaged her. After that, she tried her best to run away with a cry. Help me. At this time, as for the inspector who had returned to the cave, everything was deserted and silent as if nothing had happened in this cave. He then turned on the fire and saw that the corpses of 3 birds had been crushed. He felt heartbroken. Looking around and seeing no one, he reached out and scooped up the meat of the 3 birds with compassion and care. Suddenly a strange hand grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the cave. Ah! He flew down as fast as he could and slashed the machete, pinning it hard to the ground. Luckily, he was able to escape because he was dragged away. The slash was so strong that it almost burned into the ground. He couldn't get it up, so he grabbed it and fell down to the ground. At this time, the inspector still didn't know what was going on. That person had a scarf covering his head, so he didn't know if he was male or female. He also ran after this person for a while and let go. Suddenly, the wind blew the scarf away, revealing his face. That person, no stranger, is his wife. Let me go quickly. We're not. That guy will kill you. Who are you? I'm his wife, don't worry, I'll save you. Let's go. How do I know if you are a bad or good person? I won't go anywhere. Hurry. He still hesitated. Now they were far away from that cave. The wife heard the sound of rustling leaves. She guessed that he had come and was chasing them. The wife pushed the inspector down into another cave. He unable to react in time. He fell down, and his wife jumped down as well. At that time, the girl with an injured leg was trying to run out of the hill in the dark. She was lucky enough to see a fire in the distance. She tried her best to run to call them. Help me! Help me! It turned out that the fire was from the policewoman's group torches. Luckily, she ran to them and kept calling for help. The policewoman asked, "Who are you? What happened? There are ghosts in the hills." After saying that, she fainted. The police officer had to take the girl back to the village and forgot to ask her if she had seen the inspector anywhere. When she woke up on the poor bamboo bed of the hunter's village, everyone was by her side. She woke up as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. She screamed frantically in fear. The police officer saw that and came to her side. Calm down, calm down. She is safe now. Where is this? This is a hunter village. This place is very safe. The police officer then saw the bandage on the wound on her leg. It looked very familiar. She came closer and looked closely and saw that this was indeed the shirt she had given him. There was also a badge on the shirt. There was no way she could go wrong. Panicked, she shook the girl awake and asked, "Please, tell me, where is this shirt?" The girl still didn't know what was going on. She was still too tired, a villager said. "Hey! What did the police officer do? Is she injured?" "I'm sorry, just because I'm worried about him. I remember, he was the one who bandaged this wound for me." Then the girl told the whole story to everyone. The policewoman had just finished listening. Knowing that her brother had healed a little, she left. A girl also followed the policewoman. She was the lost sister of the wife of the murderer in Suong Hill, also is the person who was taught martial arts by the police officer. Policewoman. Wait. What's up? Don't worry anymore. I believe he will be okay. Now the only way is to make a plan to destroy him together, then the villagers will have peace. Thank you, we will unite. Yes. The 2 sisters hugged each other and cried. They looked toward Suong Hill with sad hearts. At that time, the night was getting late. The cave where the inspector and his wife were was really cold. The late night mist obscured the jungle. The sky was moonless. The wind whistled from time to time with bone-chilling coldness. The 2 of them fell down together, so they fell down. Lying unconscious, fortunately this cave was not very deep, so they were not seriously injured. The detective lay on his stomach, his wife lay on her back. While lying down, cold raindrops fell on his head, startling him awake and haunting him as if he saw the scene of the murderer drooling. Where is this? Everything was dark. He didn't remember what happened last night before he fell here. He suddenly sat up and walked around the cave, accidentally tripping over his wife and falling to the ground. Asian. He was startled when he heard a girl's screams. Who is that? Wow, it hurts so much. You. Who are you? At this time, the wife was more awake. She remained silent, making the inspector keep asking questions. Who are you? Only now did she answer. I am the murderer's wife. As soon as he heard it, he was startled and quickly groped for a weapon in panic. What do you want? What do you want? He thought to himself, the murderer's wife, the murderer is already so terrible, how much more terrible is his wife? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. What do you use to prove that? I don't have a weapon in my hand, but I do keep a knife. If you want, I'll give it to you. Quickly give me the knife. This. Where are you? After fumbling around for a while, he finally got the knife, and he felt more secure. Now do you believe me? Why did you save me? I didn't save you, I. Saying this, the girl burst into tears. What happened to you? I'm not hiding anymore, I'm looking for my lost child, my child with him. What? She had a child. At this moment, the wife could not hold back. She jumped into the inspector's arms and hugged him and told him the whole story. As soon as he heard it, he felt extremely sympathetic for the life of a young girl. Feeling that the girl's hug was extremely warm, the inspector felt that, so he gently hugged his wife. Do not be afraid. Tomorrow morning, I will get you out of here. I will help you escape that guy. The wife heard that and was very touched. She suddenly kissed him on the cheek as a thank you. The detective blushed and felt embarrassed. Even though they didn't know each other, why did he feel so in love with the girl? The two of them felt very hot all over their bodies, a strange feeling. Suddenly, the inspector couldn't control himself, so he grabbed her and said, I will take you away from this hell. The wife suddenly remembered the two policemen who used to love her and how tragically they died at his hands. She felt scared. We're not. He is very formidable. Since the day he learned the magic in the demon book, he is about to become a real demon. Don't be afraid, justice will prevail. We will definitely pay the price. I really don't want to be with him at all, but I have a child with him. I can't leave my child, I don't know where to go. If you can escape this hill, will you dare to build a new happiness with me? I agree. The two of them held hands, then the detective placed a passionate kiss on the girl's lips. She felt how sweet this kiss was. She closed her eyes to feel it when both of them were startled by the sound of a shotgun. It was already morning. The inspector was bewildered. Is it morning already? Let's go. Where do you go? We have to get out of this cave first. Although this cave is not very high, it is still difficult to get up to. At this time, the sky slowly brightened, the cave became clearer and clearer, the two of them looked at each other. At this time both of them saw the friend who was with them all last night. It was so surprising for him, he thought it was his wife. He was a fierce person, but not. Now it was clear, his wife's figure was as thin as if she were still in her youth. Her hair was blowing gently in the wind, her head was covered with a very magical black scarf. When she turned around, a girl appeared. Beautiful girl in front of him, This beauty made him feel unjustly letting the beautiful girl's life fall into his hands. At this moment he became even more anxious and motivated to save her. The gun fired another loud bang, startling both of them. At this time, there were headlights illuminating the cave, but they only illuminated the mouth of the cave above. There was a lot of moss clinging to the cliffs. So they couldn't climb back up. They screamed hoarsely and no one answered. The wife discovered that there was a small path in the cave, so she held his hand and walked away. The inspector smiled slightly and followed his wife. At this time, in another development above, a group of hunters were aiming their guns at the hungry ghost cave, shooting loudly like in wartime. The wife could only hold hands with him and run deeper into the cave. On the way they always saw many skulls and human skulls. Suddenly there was a very familiar hissing sound. The wife held his hand and walked more gently. Suddenly, arms sprouted from the cliff and grabbed the detective's legs. Ah! The wife suddenly remembered that there was still a knife in her. She quickly took it out and stabbed it into her arms. Black blood splattered and disappeared as if sucked into the rock. Let's go quickly. What's up? I do not understand at all. This cave connects to the Hungry Ghost Cave, or it can be said that this is a part of the Hungry Ghost's territory. The cave began to shake violently. Many rocks fell and rolled onto the road as if they wanted to bury them alive. Run quickly. At another event in the Hungry Ghost Cave, he heard the sound of gunfire and ran quickly to block the cave door. A group of hunters prepared 2 barrels of gasoline. They took advantage of him to hide there and pour gasoline around the cave. The police officer and the hunter suddenly remembered the previous day's battle. They thought they had won, but unexpectedly, black smoke spewed out from the cave, causing the bodies of those who were hit to be crushed to pieces. Okay, light the fire and retreat. Hearing the voice command, a person holding a flaming torch threw it back into the cave. The gasoline ignited a fierce fire in the cave. Now I can only hear his screams, which are so pitiful and full of resentment. His screams crack the rock wall in the cave, the ground collapses violently and the wind blows into the unceasing fire. Among the villagers who followed, there was a man who followed his child. When the child saw the fire, he also burst into tears. The hunter shouted angrily, "Why did you bring the baby into this dangerous place? Let's go home soon." Yes. Yes. At this time, the cave was full of fire. He screamed in terror. This scene was like Mrs. Hai was cremated by the villagers. Hearing the cry of his child, his heart became even more painful, writhing in pain. Fire C. When the villagers began to disperse, a screaming girl ran into the flames. Second sister. Sister. The police officer was extremely surprised. She prevented the girl from coming closer and begged as hard as she could, but the fire was so intense that the girl could do nothing more. Oh my God! My sisters and I just reunited. Hoo hoo hoo. At this time, the police officer still didn't understand what was going on because she thought he lived alone. The girl tried to explain, but by the time she understood the problem, it was too late. At this time, the ground where the inspector and his wife were was shaking violently like an earthquake. After the rocks fell and cracked, revealing a stone stele written in dark red ink, they didn't know what language it was. Cannot understand. Suddenly, arms with sharp claws emerged from the cliff and scratched the 2 people extremely painfully. The inspector could not avoid it, so a claw cut across his neck and arm. Blood just dripped to the ground, as if a strange invisible power. The blood did not seep nor move, but it moved towards the stone stele. the blood just dropped 2 drops on the stone steel. Suddenly the stone steel turned bright red, accompanied by strong winds. Dust flew blindly, the bright sky suddenly turned dark, a magical red light shone from the stone steel, illuminating the entire cave, and the rays of light reached the rows of forest trees. Just hit by the red light, the trees from the bright green suddenly dried up and caught fire. The wife pulled the detective to the side to hide. From underneath the stone steel, blood poured out like a faucet. Then the stone steel flew up into the air and spun around a few times before exploding. A black hand with sharp claws emerged from the crack in the ground. The wife knew that a hungry ghost had appeared, so she was extremely scared. From that crack, a black hand rose from the ground, one after another. The wife now remembered the words in the demon book. She said to him, "By all means we must not let the demon lord revive, because I read it in a page of the demon book, otherwise the consequences will be very unpredictable. What should we do now?" Without saying a word, the wife picked up a large stone and dropped it, crushing one of the devil's arms. The inspector saw that and took out a larger stone to crush his other arm. It seemed like everything was going to be easy, but unexpectedly 2 rocks flew up. At this moment, slowly, a demon with long, flowing hair lay face down on the ground. His deep eyes looked like someone had poked him out, and 2 streams of black blood flowed out. The mouth opened, black blood poured out like ink, maggots crawled. The 2 people ran away in extreme fear. At that time, in the hungry ghost cave, the sea of fire was still burning. The group of people and the police officer saw a strange red light and did not know what was happening. The commander ordered the group to escape. They frantically ran away. On the way, they heard the strange screams of birds in the sky. They ran to a road full of bushes and grass. Immediately, the trees seemed to have a spiritual nature and they vibrated. Then he held out a tree branch and whipped them at them as if to prevent them from leaving Suong Hill. "What's up? It's not okay." At this time, dust was flying in all directions. They could not open their eyes. They could only hear the wind blowing in their ears and the baby's constant crying. What a chaotic scene. The 2 people inside the cave ran all the way out of the cave. They held hands and ran, not daring to turn back. Behind was a demon lying on its stomach. It didn't run at all but automatically slid along the way to chase after it. Surname. Help me. Wherever the hungry ghost crawled, it opened its mouth to spit out black blood. It got angry and released a cloud of smoke to attack them. As he walked, the hungry ghost picked up animal carcasses on both sides of the road and continuously put them in his mouth to chew. The 2 of them ran to the group of hunters calling for help. The police officer recognized her brother's voice, so she happily opened her eyes. The girl also heard Hai's voice. Luckily, she was not in the cave, so she couldn't died, so they were reunited, and a few hunters quickly pulled out their guns and shot in the direction of the demon. The hungry ghost who was hit by the bullet only roared once but was not harmed at all. Its scream cracked the ground and the ground sank as deeply as if the door to hell had opened. The landslide hit the 2 hunters, causing them to fall into a deep hole without stopping. No one knew where they would go, perhaps hell. The wife told everyone not to let it absorb human blood, otherwise its power would increase 1,000 times. The demon lord was not afraid of guns and bullets. He rushed at a very fast speed and crashed straight into 2 more people, crashing into the tree. Before they could run out, the tree moved like an animal and then stuck out its branch and pierced their stomachs. Blood flowed out and soaked the whole tree red. Ah! In front of everyone's horrified witnesses, the devil rushed to the tree and opened its mouth to swallow both people, chewing greedily and blood flowing out of its mouth. If this continues, I wonder how many more people will be lost. The wife remembered the words in the book, hungry ghosts are blood drinkers, especially humans, so their power will be even stronger when they drink blood. They are most afraid of the heavenly fire, meaning a flame. Fire comes from the sky, it is formed by powerful lightning bolts that can burn a demon's body. The hungry ghost chewed up the bodies of 2 people and then spit out the bones on the ground. After eating, this person tried to chase someone else to continue eating, but when he turned back, everyone had already run away, divided into 5 directions, making the hungry ghost extremely confused. It ran in one direction, then in the other direction someone called out to it as if to provoke it. It roared in anger, the ground continued to shake and crack, there was a fiery pit from the ground, this was clearly a fire. The gate leading to hell that the devil's book once recorded. It screamed, fire erupted from the deep hole, it continued to roar, the big forest trees began to burst from their roots and collapsed with a crash. Unfortunately, the hunters and police who could not run in time were crushed and died. The police officer and the rest of the people were extremely scared and in pain, when the demon turned around and looked at them with sly eyes. Then the younger sister flew towards the demon and hit it on the head with a piece of wood. It was unharmed and threw the younger sister to the ground, making the wife extremely worried. Hey! The wife snatched a hunter's gun and approached the demon lord, shouting loudly, "That devil! Today, with my own hands, I will defeat you." She shot one shot into the demon's eye socket, causing it to step back in extreme pain. She shot another step into the other eye socket, blood poured out all over its face, and it roared in pain. The rest of the people and the hunter saw that, so they took out their guns and shot at it. Although it didn't die, it fell backwards. The policewoman came up with a way. After firing a series of guns and bullets, it still did nothing. The smoke, dust, gunpowder vapor, and the scent of flesh and blood filled the air. Since when had the policewoman been sneaking behind the demon's back? She quickly rushed to grab its head and pulled it back. It was too strong, so the inspector, his wife, the hunters, and the younger sister ran to help. It struggled and the younger sister picked up a green stone and hit it on the head. It was like someone holding someone's hand, someone holding someone's leg, and holding its hair like carrying a roast pig. "Hurry up, sister. I'm about to not be able to hold back." 12th. 3. Hearing 3, everyone together threw that demon into the very hole it created. This very hole would take it to hell immediately. The demon screamed in horror as it was burned by the flames of hell below the deep pit. After a while, no sound could be heard anymore, the hellish pits were slowly buried and no trace remained. The ghostly red light also disappeared when the dark clouds dissipated and the sunlight shone down on the forest. The dry branches that had collapsed were now rotting and becoming fertilizer for the soil. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, only the inspector, the police officer, his wife, his sister, 6 hunters, and the commander remained. So from now on, the green forest hell will no longer exist, the people of Tai Bin. And from today, there will be a new beginning, the door to hell has truly closed. The policewoman hugged the detective, the younger sister reunited with her sister. They were so happy that they cried, because they had avenged the villagers and those who had sacrificed unjustly. After that, everyone returned to the village and held a celebration party for 3 days and 3 nights. They happily sang and drank heavily. At that time, during the party, there was a room where the village brought the wife. "Come back here to rest and recuperate. Tonight is the 2nd day of the Hunter village's campfire party." The inspector entered the room. The two of them liked each other very much. The inspector asked his wife, "Are you willing to become my wife?" Because she had feelings for him before, the wife immediately accepted. "I agree. As for my child with him, I will raise him so he won't be like his father. Are you willing to help me raise it?" "I agree, because I love you." "I love you too." The inspector gently pushed his wife to lie down. He slowly placed a sweet kiss on her lips, and that night, they would have a night of passionate love together. At this time outside the party, the police officer and her sister were chatting by the fire. They ate grilled meat skewers together and told stories very closely to each other, when suddenly the police officer asked, "Sister, where are you?" "Yes, my sister is in the room, let me go in and call her." "No need, just now I saw the inspector coming to my sister's room, just let the two of them have some private space." "Yes, sister, you two have suffered a lot." At this time, in a corner of the party, there was a hunter who was so drunk that he went looking for a place to go to the bathroom. He just found a nearby tree and was about to pull down his pants when he hid without realizing it. Flew out from the bushes, carrying a familiar machete, and gave him a sweet blow, cutting off both of his legs. He cried out in pain, then he slashed the sharp end of the machete into his throat and died on the spot. At that time, in a small room, a woman was holding an empty baby in her arms. The baby with the strange face was indeed his son. He was not dead yet. Maybe he wanted to find his son again. While lulling the baby to sleep, she heard a knock on the door, so she put the baby down in the hammock. She opened the door, and he appeared. His whole body was black, the color of a jar. In one hand was holding a small iron machete, not speaking. Otherwise, with a single slash, the flying woman's head fell to the ground without having time to scream. He put the machete on his belt. The flying man grabbed the baby and ran out into the hallway, passing by his wife's room. At that time, in the wife's room, the inspector was whispering a few words in her ear when they heard the baby's cry. They were startled and ran out to see him holding his baby running in front of the hallway. "Stop! Give me back my child! Is he not dead yet?" The guy ran like crazy. His wife was screaming crazy. The villagers were already quite drunk. Only her sister and the police officer were still awake, so they heard and ran in to see what was going on. He angrily put the child on the ground, took out his machete and rushed towards the inspector, slashing it, but he dodged and blocked the attack, causing the man to lose the machete. He angrily turned around and strangled the inspector, only with just one hand. He is still very strong. The wife hurriedly ran to hold the baby in her arms, then gave it to the police officer and ran to save the detective. "Oh God!" The wife pulled out a tie knife and stabbed him in the back. He was startled and screamed, clutching his neck with extremely strong poisonous claws, and then let go. Grr! He turned around and looked at his wife with hateful eyes and sparkling tears. "Before, because I was weak, I served him. I have been harboring revenge for a long time. Hurry up and die." The wife pulled out. Black blood covered the knife. He was in pain and wanted to kneel down. The younger sister quickly picked up his machete and held it close. The monster. Today it is his evil machete. We'll finish him off. He glared at her. She fearlessly slashed her head and flew out the window, breaking the glass. The wife ran to the inspector's side. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" At this moment, the younger sister took out the demon book and said, "This demon book has written, 'Quickly burn his head, otherwise he will still be resurrected.' It is also written at the end. This is a book written by Mrs. Hai. She tells how in the past, while going to Suong Hill to pick medicine, a strange man kidnapped her and took away her daughter's life. He was a crazy wizard. Forced her to have sex with him and get pregnant with him. After the baby was born, he wanted to kill the child and practice black magic. Mrs. Hyde did not agree, so she watched him while he was fast asleep and stabbed him with 2 pairs of chopsticks. His eyes were punctured, he was in extreme pain and screamed. Mrs. Hyde immediately poured boiled water into his mouth and burned his tongue. He struggled to use evil magic to caress her. Unfortunately, he was fondling the wrong baby, so it deformed into a monster. The second woman was angry, took a log and hit him on the head, dragged him into a cave, dug a hole to bury him and covered him with a stone stele. Because she thought he was the child's father, she promised to offer him meat every day. Mother and son began the story of the hungry ghost in Suong Hill until now. After thoroughly understanding the situation, together they burned his head, then started a new life here. Of course the baby would be raised and would have a bright future like any other baby. Run out of